All right. Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. SQL Dev DBA here. And today we're going to talk about a couple things. This is actually going to be sort of a repeat stream of a stream that I had last week, completely in Spanish. I'm just doing it in English this time because I feel that it's something that's not really covered end to end a lot, and so I want to make sure that I covered it in both languages so that it's available for anyone. And just because I'm a bit more comfortable with it now that I've explored it a lot more, during that stream it was a lot of discovery going on. In fact, I had to kind of do the stream twice because there were so many obstacles that I ran into, and I just wanted to clear a path for anyone who's wanting to do this as a special project or just needs this for work as a tutorial, that sort of thing. So we're going to talk about a couple things. We're going to talk about APIs. We're going to talk about Postman, which is an application that you can use to explore and read APIs. We're also going to talk about PowerShell and how you can use that to store data from APIs into CSVs and into SQL Server. We'll talk a bit about SQL Server, and we'll do some demos in SQL Server, exploring the data there once it's there. And then we're going to actually take all the data that we collect from this API, and we're going to build a Power BI report about it. So why did I even do this? Well, someone from a website called Codante.io, which is a Brazilian educational company for all things computer science, computer programming, etc. They posted on the R datasets subreddit that they had some datasets available. And basically when you went in, it was a full API that was almost up to the minute. I think it was like maximum delay was like 5 minutes of all the Olympics data. So the competitors, the countries, the events, and one more, the sports themselves. And so I was able to explore this data set. The organization was fantastic, and I was just able to browse each endpoint. They have four endpoints in total, or I think 3.5, which we'll go through today, how I was able to pull all that. And so I went through sort of an exercise where I downloaded this data, I explored it, downloaded it, and built a very, very quick report on it just to make sure it was end to end. And then I tried to do it last week in the stream, which I actually did. It went fairly well the second time anyway. But I wanted to go through it in English just so I could explain it to anyone who needs it in English, or anyone curious about APIs and how to use them in a sort of different way in Power BI, because most people are just used to using APIs directly in Power BI, right? You'd be able to call an endpoint straight from Power BI and download the data. This is a little bit different than that. What we're actually doing with this data is downloading it to either CSVs or SQL Server. In our case, it's going to be both. And then we're taking that stored data, and that's what we're querying with Power BI. This is convenient because I just had a conversation with quite a few folks on Reddit this morning about how you should connect to things like CRMs and ERPs. And my viewpoint, which seems to be a popular enough one because it got a fair enough amount of upvotes, was the best way to connect Power BI to a CRM or an ERP is to not connect it at all. To instead connect it to a data warehouse that pulls the data from the CRM or ERP. That way, you don't have to bother the CRM or the ERP. You can leverage that data and bump it up against other systems, that sort of thing. And then you can also keep a historical log of the data without having to bother the ERP too much. Because the ERP and CRMs, they just want to be left alone to process their own transactions. They don't need Power BI poking at it every 5 minutes going, hey, you got any new data for me? I know it's Saturday at 8 o'clock in the evening, but you got any new data? Same thing on Monday at 9 a.m. after a month end. They just want to be able to run their own reports, and the ERP and CRMs just want to be ERPs and CRMs. So having Power BI constantly poke at it is not fantastic for it. So I talked about what my strategy would be, which is in also convenient, because I actually did a stream on that like 2 months ago, and I'm getting ready to upload the video to YouTube because it seems to have been requested quite a bit today. I mentioned I had the stream on it, and so I'm getting ready to go ahead and publish that to YouTube as well. So let's take a look at the API. But before we do that, I want to go ahead and give a shout out to the Codante IO team. I'm going to try to do that in probably the worst Portuguese you've ever heard in your life. But I want to make sure that they know how thankful I am for the opportunity to work on this data. There was no, just to be 100% clear, there was no affiliation of any kind. I actually entered the hackathon that they had posted because I wanted to go ahead and contribute that as well and see if anyone wants the files. All of the files that you're going to see today are available upon request. You can go ahead and go to SQLDevDBA.com and just fill out a contact form and tell me that you want to see the files from the API and Olympics video, and I'll happily send them over to you. The PowerShell scripts, the PBIX file, the SQL scripts to create all the SQL objects, all that stuff, you are free to have it. I will probably not use it very much after this stream or after this week or so. And so anyone who wants to use it or leverage it, I'll keep it in the Google Drive and just send them your way whenever you'd like. So let's go ahead and give our thanks to the Codante team. We will head over. I think I'm on the right side. This is their YouTube page. It is youtube.com/ let's see if I can do Codante -io, I think is the site. Let me double check here just to make sure I am -Codante.io correct, or -io. There we go. Okay, so this is their YouTube site. I'm gonna go ahead and link their main site as well. That's their main site, where again, we're gonna go ahead and explore those API documents that they have, because they documented everything very well, and the API seems to still be up, or at least it was as of last night when I was doing a demo. And so hopefully we will be able to still leverage it. I'm sure they're going to keep it up for a little while. So let's go ahead and give our thanks. And again, sorry to my Brazilian friends. I am very sorry for the terrible Portuguese, but we're going to give it our best shot, and we wanted to give thanks to them in a special way. So, okay, we have the site up. Fantastic. All right. Obrigado aos colegas do Codante IO em Brasil pelos dados compartilhados no site. Desculpa o português horrível meu, só que faz muito tempo que não falo português, na realidade. O site e API do Codante são muito fáceis de usar, mas tem muitos dados importantes dos Jogos Olímpicos. Tem informação dos esportistas, dos eventos e resultados. É muito legal o site e API. A gente vai utilizar esses dados agora mesmo para um dashboard em Power BI no stream agora, utilizando PowerShell, SQL e Power BI. Muito obrigado, forte abraço para vocês desde Porto Rico. Valeu. Obrigado. All right. So again, if you haven't checked out Codante's YouTube channel or their website, please go ahead and check it out. It is absolutely fantastic. I understand that their videos will be in Portuguese, but it's very cool to just see the excitement that they have for the material that they teach. And it's really a great site. They do have some paid, they have lots of free stuff, as you can see on their YouTube channel, but their site and their tutorials are paid. But they're quite good. I've seen a few samples of them, and it's just very cool to see what we do as BI analysts, as data analysts. It's really cool to see that in a different language, and so very thankful for them again to expose their API like that and put it on the internet for anyone to use, including you. You can use it as long as you're watching this video while it's still live. I'm not sure how long they're going to keep it up, but hopefully long enough for you to be able to leverage it. So very cool. Okay, so let's talk about their API. Again, this was posted on Reddit by one of the co-founders of Codante, which his name is Roberto. So huge thanks to Roberto if you ever watch this. Thanks so much for all that you and your co-founders and company do. But basically, if you look at this top link right here, you'll actually see the link to the hackathon that they held. And they basically said, look, we're going to go ahead and expose our API. It contains lots of data about the Olympics. What we want you all to do is we want you to build whatever you want using this data. And since most of my experience comes from Power BI, from databases, from CSVs and Excel, that type of stuff, then I went ahead and decided that I was going to build a Power BI report, but using certain components to extract and store the data as well. So it wasn't just about the Power BI report, it was about how I downloaded the data and how I made it to the Power BI report. So again, this is their page on the report. As you can see, it started on July 29th and it ended on the 7th of August right here. That just keep in mind, South America, Europe, basically the rest of the world, month and day are day then month. So yeah, they had very, very clear directions, even a tutorial video on how to submit, how to participate, all that stuff. They did all their pulls through GitHub. It was a really great experience, and I was happy to take part in it. But what are we really looking at? What was I going to look at, and what are we going to look at right now to actually make this happen? Well, they have a full tutorial, or at least extremely thorough documentation on how to access this API. What you see here is in Portuguese, but they have it in English. The link for the English one is down here on the bottom left. But it's essentially, their rules were, hey, you can use this as much as you want. The only thing we ask is that you please don't query more than 100 times in 1 minute. So you can see right here the rate limit, and they said no more than 100 times a minute. That, for a free service that was pretty much on constantly and had very, very frequent updates, that's pretty gracious. And so that's why I'm so thankful for them, is because it was really a lot for them to host an API that you could query 100 times per minute on your own. They even had a system about how to automatically ban you if you exceeded that amount. And I think I got close, and I want to make sure that I guide you on how to be cognizant of API calls. So we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But what they have here is documentation about each call. So for example, this is lista de esportes, which is a list of the sports or disciplines. And so it tells you what the endpoint is, which is right here. You are able to call this endpoint however you like to call your APIs. Again, I like to use Postman to explore, and then PowerShell to actually call. But you're welcome to use whichever method you want. They have a list of games and events right here, or just events. They have a list of countries and their medals as well. And so this allows you to query just a list of countries, all the medals that they have, and we're going to go over all of that data as well. I am hoping that my music is okay, because when I'm looking at the levels, or when I hear it in my headphones, it's pretty high. So I'm hoping it's not too high for anyone here. If you're watching and you want me to lower it a little bit, I'm happy to do so. I want the focus to be on the data itself and not on the music, especially if you don't like the type of music that I have here. So hopefully it's okay. Hopefully you can hear me and you don't have to struggle here. Okay, so again, they have plenty of documentation. Here's the English version of the documentation. I use this as sort of a challenge because I stream in both English and Spanish. I wanted to sort of use this as a challenge to make sure that my Portuguese was still okay. I used to speak it a lot more frequently about 10, 15 years ago, because I worked at a store in which most of our clientele was Brazilian. And so if you wanted to sell well and help people well, you had to speak Portuguese, or at least it made my job a lot easier. And so I tried to use it as a bit of a challenge. And I encourage anyone who at least knows Spanish or knows Italian or French or anything to go ahead and just look at the documentation in Portuguese. It's really cool to see the different words and phrases that are used for the same thing that you normally think about in English, or at least it is to me. Obviously, you don't have to do that. I just highly encourage it. All right, so here we can see the same thing: list of games, games by ID, list of sports, and list of medals and countries. So you have this documentation, and they're really good about giving you the documentation. They give you call samples, and they even give you JavaScript examples. And then they even give you responses or sample responses, what you can expect. And I actually used this to be able to build my SQL components as well, right? SQL, when you build tables for destination, you usually need some sort of data types to associate. And so I was able to use the sample data and also the data that we got to determine which data types to use in advance. So that was pretty cool. All right, so step one was just taking a look at this documentation. But step two is, how do we start exploring it, right? How do we make the sample calls to make sure that we're querying everything correctly? As you can see, there's certain filters that you can apply. Let's see if we can find it. There's certain filters that you can apply, like the filter on country, a filter on the discipline, filters on the venues, dates, competitors, pages, etc. And pages are really important, right? Because when they return data to you, they're not going to just return everything. They're going to return everything in pages of X amount of records, and then it's up to you to keep requesting additional pages until you get all the data you need. We're going to go over that when we go over my PowerShell scripts that I use to query all this stuff. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with Postman. Now, Postman is a free, 100% free, unless you need specific functionality. There is the link to Postman. If you should need it, it's just postman.com. It's 100% free as long as you're okay with limited functionality. I've had a free account for, I want to say, about 7 or 8 years now, and I haven't felt the need to upgrade, and I use APIs fairly frequently. If you want to do automation, if you want to do like a team-based Postman environment, then yeah, I would highly encourage you to pay for it, because you can create like structured workspaces and groups and things. I don't use Postman for anything other than exploration and validation of things. So I'll never be using it for actual production work, just testing, exploration, QA, that sort of thing. But if you do, I'd suggest paying for it, because there's a lot more features that you can unlock. I've had that upgrade button that you see up there. I've had that for 7, 8 years and still haven't activated it. So, all right. So next thing we're going to look at is the actual Postman calls that we made. So I'm going to go ahead and switch my camera a little bit just to make sure I'm logged in. Are we good? Yeah, look, it works. That's fantastic. Let's see if we can get a couple of these going. There's some balloons. Is it double thumbs up that gives you like confetti? Nope, that's just another one. This laser show kind of stuff. Am I getting it? Yep. Laser show works. All right. I'm distracting you while I try to make sure that I'm logged in. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull up Postman, and we're going to pull up a workspace that I have dedicated to the Olympics API. Okay, let's head back. All right, so here's my dedicated workspace. It's called Olympics API. I know, super original and descriptive, right? But that's really what it was. So I have one call for each endpoint except for events, because for events, I actually have two different calls, and we'll go over those in a bit. Actually, no, I have two different PowerShell files for that, but for the most part, I just have one call for each endpoint that they have. Okay, so let's start with events, and you can see here that the base URL, as depicted on the website, the base URL for events is right here, and it is just apis.codante.io /Olympic Games /events. That was the primary endpoint for events. So if we go back to Postman, let's go ahead and just make a new call with that. I'm going to just copy this. Pressing the copy, I guess I should do that. And I'm going to go back here to Postman, and I'll just right click on the Olympics API and just create a new request. I'm going to add a request. It's going to be an HTTP request, and then we'll call this events2 underscore, don't delete this, underscore final underscore 2. Is this how you name your files too? Just like a v2 this one, like that. That's how you name your files. I bet that's how you name your files. Okay, so basically what we're going to do is make sure that we have a get. We don't need to post, we don't need to put, patch, delete, etc. We just want to get. Give me data, please. That is what I am calling. And so what we're going to do is we're going to use the primary, or the main one for events. No frills or anything like that. We're just going to send it. And what we'll get back is just a generic list of the first couple of events that they're willing to send us. To here, you can add the filters that they specify in their documentation, such as the date. But with the date, you have to be very careful for two reasons. Number one, you have to make sure that the date filter that you apply, and you can do that right here in the parameters, as soon as you put date, you'll see that the URL also changes. And then when you go to the value, you have to be very cognizant of the format that they have. Year dash mm dash dd for month and date. So we'll go back here and we'll say it is 2024-08, and let's say 01 for the 1st of August. So we're going to go ahead and send that. But before we do, note how it has the date here up in the URL. When you add these down here with Postman, it automatically adds them to the URL, which is pretty neat and a lot more convenient for me. I'm going to go ahead and send those, and you'll see that the day in the results now changed to just 8/1 or August 1st. That's really convenient. So first things first, you're going to get a result set back, and one of the nodes, remember, JSON files are very similar to XML files in that there's nodes to them, and the nodes can be multiple layers. The first node you're going to get is the data node, and inside the data node is just a collection of records. But if you look, each event has one record, but it also has a separate and underlying node for each competitor in that event. So remember, I was talking earlier about how I have multiple calls just for the event. 2 calls for the event. It's because I have one call for the events themselves and another call for the competitors inside those events. And we'll talk about that in a bit, but it's important that you know that now, because otherwise you're going to struggle a little bit if this is one of your first times working with APIs, or if you're just not familiar with multi-node responses like this. If you are familiar with multi-node responses and you're watching, I'm sorry that you're bored, but it's something essential that we want to teach here, that we want to make sure people know. Remember, this is a beginner-based stream and a beginner-based channel. We want everyone to be able to replicate what we do step by step. So I appreciate your patience if you are watching this as an API expert and bored. If I scroll all the way to the bottom here, though, what we'll see, or close to the bottom, what we'll see are two more primary nodes at the same level as the data. There's the links node, and one of the coolest data points you'll see there is the next data point, and that, or the next attribute. These are called attributes here. And basically it tells you what the next page is. So technically speaking, I could copy this, put it up here, and call the next page. And it'll keep telling you to call the next page until it gets to the last page, which in this case is page 33. And then down here, it actually tells you what the current page you're on is, what the lowest record number is, what the last page is. So we have current page, last page, we have a couple links as well, we have a couple URLs, and then down here, we actually have the path that you called. It returns it back to you, so you can confirm that if you do validation that way. How many records per page, which is super convenient, and then what record this page has until. So this page contains records 1 through 10. And the total number of records on this call is 325. So in my mind, I said, okay, I need to, there's multiple ways you can do this, including the next links and a couple other things that we just reviewed. But the important thing for me was, how do I make sure that I can just keep calling this API or this endpoint until I get all of my records? Well, I said, I'm going to go ahead and just keep calling the number of pages until my record count gets to be over the last page, which is this one right here. So I'm basically going to call this 33 times. Now, I'm not going to call this 33 times myself. My finger will get tired from clicking my mouse, and you'd probably get bored and go away. Oh, hey, Bob Ross is on. Bob Ross has a Twitch channel. If you ever get bored of this, I'll still be here. You can flip over to Bob Ross, watch him paint stuff. I love watching him paint stuff. I try to mimic him whenever I do my streams because I love his teaching style where everyone can do this. The cook from Ratatouille, I think, also believes everyone can cook, so everyone can code, kind of thing. All right, enough banter. So that's events. You know, we can take a look at other endpoints such as countries. Here's the countries, and here we have page 1 of countries. I'm going to go ahead and call that. And then here, if I want, I can see that there are how many pages. If we look, there are 5 total pages. If I wanted to, I could just switch this over to page 2, and I would get page 2. Argentina's the first record now. Page 3. Belize. Page 4, page 5, etc. Right? Again, Postman, for me, is just about exploring the data sets, making sure I can see all the data, making sure I can use it to determine what data types I'm going to store the data in SQL Server, that sort of thing. If you want to, you can use it to actually make the calls, save the data as like a CSV or a JSON file, and then use that in Power BI as your source, or use it anywhere else as a source that you want. For me, again, I just use Postman to explore. I use other methods to actually download and store the data. We're going to go over one of those, which is using PowerShell, but I also use a tool called SSIS. SSIS, for those who don't know, stands for SQL Server Integration Services. And it's basically Microsoft's way of performing ETL, or a dedicated system that Microsoft has that performs ETL for you. It takes data from a source, moves it to a destination. You can create files with it. You can export or import from files. And one of the best adaptations to it I've found, or one of the best enhancements I've found, is a module from a company called Kingswaysoft. And they make components to enhance SSIS and make it easier to use. And so one of those enhancements is the SSIS integration toolkit, which I love because it gives you components such as API readers, Excel imports and exports. It allows you to be able to query Salesforce. Allows you to be able to query NetSuite, Google Analytics, all sorts of cool stuff. So I really like that tool, and it's 100% free to try. Of course, free to try and develop, unlimited amount of time as long as you don't need it for production data, which is much like SQL Server. That's why I like SQL Server, is because it is free to try and you can try it indefinitely as long as you want, as long as you don't need it for production. It's free to license, which is very cool. And I'm not talking about Express. There's a common misconception around here where in order to have free SQL Server, you need to download Express. That is 100% not true. You can absolutely have a free, full-blown SQL Server with enterprise level capabilities. Again, free. It's called SQL Server Developer Edition, and as long as you don't use it for production, it is free. What does production mean? More or less, as long as you're okay with nobody tripping over a power cable and basically turning off the SQL Server, and you'll be okay. Like, as long as you're okay with that situation happening, then that's not production. If at any point someone trips over a power cable and the server goes down and you're in trouble, that means you need to license it for production, and that's very expensive. You should just get SQL Server Standard unless you need something from Enterprise. So that's a little tip there. If you want to work on SQL Server, you do not have to work on Express. It's something that colleges teach all the time. Like, you have to download Express, and it's just not true. You can absolutely go with SQL Server Developer Edition, and the license never expires. All right, so we explored the data in Postman. We talked about the API and its documentation. Again, huge thanks to Codante for the great documentation in the service. You'd think like this is like sponsored or something. It's really not. I'm just a very happy user of their API. It was really easy to use, especially for someone like me who's not super into APIs and I don't use them a lot. I'm learning them a lot more for work now, and it was a great experience to use. So huge thanks to them. Okay, so now if we're gonna explore this data in PowerShell, we need to hop over to my Windows machine, because unfortunately I can't do everything on my Mac, but at least I can use my Windows machine from my Mac. So let's hop over through my Office. We're gonna hop over to our Windows machine and make sure it's up and running first. Okay. All right, so here we are on my Windows machine. I know it was I'm almost sick from all the travel that we just did. I'll give you a minute to catch your breath. Here's my Windows machine. It's not very powerful. It's kind of slow, but it's a pretty good workhorse, and I got it for $150 on Amazon. I still use this because I want to show you that it doesn't take a lot of money to do what we're doing. You don't have to have some amazingly fancy machine. If you have a lot of memory and a lot of CPU for work because work gave it to you, that's fantastic. If you're at home and you just want to try this at home to see if you could, if you like this career, or if you're a student, school won't provide you with a super powerful laptop or a super powerful PC. This here is to show you that you can do whatever we're doing right now with only about $150, maybe even less, because computers are getting even better. This is just a tiny PC called, it's about the size of, I don't know, a CD. Y'all remember CDs? Yep. It's about the size of a CD case, and it has like 4 gigs of RAM, a very chill processor. I don't even know what it is. I really just don't care. It's not very powerful is all I'm trying to say. And it was very inexpensive. And I use it for everything. It contains a SQL Server. A whole instance of SQL Server Developer Edition is in here. A PowerBI gateway is in here. I run SQL Server Management Studio in here. PowerBI Desktop as well. So yes, it's going to be a little slow, but at least you'll be able to get it done, and hopefully it doesn't cost you very much. All right, so we're here, and here you can see the sample of the report that we made. Basically, this report contains data from the API, but we've massaged it and, well, not massaged the data itself. I didn't change the data, but I did import it into Power BI and just made a couple visuals to represent the data in a meaningful way. It's more of like a directory. Like, this is something that I made so that maybe you can put it on like a kiosk at the Olympics, or if you're a restaurant that's showing the Olympics and you want to have an interactive report somewhere in your restaurant or anything really, you'd be able to showcase the Olympics data if anyone's curious in something like this. So here we have countries and medals, and we have standings by country. We have countries and their participants, which is basically a list of countries, or more a list of participants and the country that they belong to, or the country that they're representing is a better way of saying that. Any results, things like that. Ooh. Seribot got a bot. Thanks, Seribot. Soy Legion, I'm not sure if that was oh, there's Siri. Hey Siri, stop. Thanks. Yeah, so Soy Legion, not sure if that was legit. If it was, just send me a whisper and maybe I'll unban. If it was a false ban, I'm sorry, but usually Seribot is pretty good. So I assume it was a legit ban, but I don't wanna deter you from visiting us. All right. So countries and participants is another one. This just shows all the participants and the events that they were in, right? So you can see here start position, end position, their results, the result, if it was a win, loss, or tie, that sort of thing. And again, we'll get into all this when we explore the data. I think there's medals and wins and stuff here too. There's the sports and events, right? So here are all the sports and whether or not they finished, they were scheduled, some of them were canceled as well. You can see some here are canceled. And if you want to see this right now, like if you want to interact with it right now as we're watching, just head on over to, let's see if we can bring it up, SQLDevDBA.com. I'll leave a link to this once we navigate over there. I made a special page just for this hackathon event and the results from it. So I'm going to put that right here in the chat for anyone who wants to visit it. And if you're watching this on YouTube, it'll be on YouTube as well. And I'm going to leave this up for quite a while. So you can actually play with an interactive version of this report right here on my website. And you can also explore, if you go to Power BI demos at the top, you can explore a couple other reports that I have as well. So you can see all of these events. You can see their schedule, whether they're started, finished, canceled. You can see events by the sport as well. So we can see sailing, table tennis, skateboarding had a couple events too. That was pretty cool. I think what made their debut this time, wasn't it breakdancing that made their debut? This is only showing sports for one particular day, so it's possible that breakdancing wasn't part of this day. I think they just had it like yesterday or something, but cool to see. And then we made a credits page. So why am I showing you this now? I'm showing you this now because we will eventually recreate all of this. I did this during my Spanish stream, and so we're going to recreate it today. But before we do that, let's go to PowerShell, because PowerShell is where we actually went ahead and developed all this. And actually, before we even do that, let's head back to Safari. Yeah, let's head back to Safari. And let's take a look at the diagram, because that is something I want to show you, is a diagram and how I plan these things. So let's go through the office and make sure that PowerShell is set up. Let me distract you with a couple of those right there. Maybe, I don't know. Hopefully that distracts you. There you go. There's some balloons. Look at the balloons while I bring something up. I need to distract you a little bit longer. Let's look at some fireworks, maybe. Does work? No. No, just more balloons. Just look at more balloons. That's okay. That's the wrong window. We want the Olympics data architecture. There we go. All right, let's see if it loads. While it's loading, I think I can do a thumbs up. I don't know. There's like limited functionality here. Apple's not fantastic at what it does, but it's pretty cool that this works at all. This is an iPod Touch actually that I'm using. I use it with a application called Elgato Epoch Cam. I have to switch over to Droid Cam, but I haven't made that switch yet. I heard Droid Cam is a lot better. Why is this taking so long? Let's try it again and see if I can get it to load a little bit quicker. I promise, once it loads, I'll let you back in, but right now it's acting really dumb. Okay, Olympics. And I really just want to really show you this architecture because I think it's really important to plan your strategy out before you actually do it, before you actually commit to the project. Because planning, I don't know, I could say something like planning is half the battle, but it's really not. Let me stop talking. All right, so we're here. We're here in Safari. I'm going to make this bigger because I don't want your eyes to bleed looking at this. So let's make it a little bigger. There we are. Let's walk through how I plan my projects very quickly, maybe like five minutes. I'll put a 5-minute timer just for you because I value your time. So we're going to put a 5-minute timer to make sure I don't talk too much, and I'm already wasting time. Okay, so I like to plan my projects, especially these big type of projects where there's lots of technologies involved, with an app called Lucidchart. Again, it's a free app. I'm not plugging Lucidchart. There's the link, lucidchart.com. I'm not plugging it at all. I have nothing to gain. I'm just, again, a happy customer, and it's free, and I want people to be using free apps to do the things that I do. I think Lucidchart has like a 40 item limit on each page if you use the free version. I have the upgraded version, which I paid for, but you can feel free to use the free version for a limited functionality. Now you'll see that this flowchart is in Spanish. I built it during my Spanish stream, or I talked about it during my Spanish stream, and I've been too lazy to make it in English this whole week. I think I have an English version, but it's just Spanish. It's more Spanish. So let's talk about it really quick. Up here, you can see that there are swim lanes on the far left. The swim lane is basically like a category of things. And so what I wanted to do is divide the workload into sections. So the first one is collecting the data. Where do we collect it from? We collect it from the Codante IO API. And I made one square or one item for each data point. One for events, one for sports, and one for countries. Then the second one, the second swim lane is automation. Now, the automation part was sort of a try segment. It was a triple segment of sorts because the automation itself contains the PowerShell we're going to do, the creation of the CSV files, which hold some of the data, and also the inserting into SQL Server. All of that happens inside PowerShell and all happens automatically. So it was a bit of it's a swim lane, but technically it transcends multiple swim lanes. And then the third one is archiving. So we're archiving the files. And here I made one representation of each endpoint or each data set, one for events, one for sports, and one for countries. However, if you look, each topic here, each data set actually has 2 files. Now, why does it have 2? We're going to talk about that a little bit more later, but essentially it's because I wanted to have a live version of the file and a historical version of the files. The live version would contain data as it was pulled now. The historical data, instead of overwriting it every time I called, would actually contain historical versions of the data. So I would keep adding to the file. That would allow me to see how the data changes over time instead of how the data is right now. So that's really important. If you want to do that, you can. It's not a required step. It just helps you out a lot more to analyze data historically. And then the last step is just Power BI itself and showing the data within Power BI. What I also did in the Spanish stream was create a data model, or an ERD, an entity relationship diagram. And here's where I actually decided that I was going to take the events data set and separate it into two. Now I put here that this is an option for you to do. You don't have to do this. For me, it was just much more convenient. So here we have sports and disciplines. We have events. We have event competitors, which is actually stemming off of events, as you can see. And then we have countries. Now, I actually took the time out to also show the column names, and it's something I would recommend too, just for proper planning. Now, why did I do all of this? Not just to teach you how to be organized, but it's also, I am a database team or business intelligence team. Not only am I an architect, but I'm also a team manager. And in order for me to properly plan projects, I always want to make sure that I have a solid plan in place of what needs to get done, all of the different components. And that allows me to do a couple things. Number one, I can gauge the timing on each one. If I lay it all out, if I develop a plan, oh, there's my timer. I will spend about 10 seconds more talking about the second. It allows me to lay down a plan and get the timing of it right so I can give good estimates to my superiors. It can also show my superiors that I know what I'm talking about and that they can trust my estimates because I'm quantifying everything right in front of their eyes. So my numbers make a lot more sense, right? If I say something's going to take 10 days, I'm probably talking about this part right here in the middle because there's a lot to do. And not only that, but it allows me to properly plan this with my team and distribute the work according to who specializes in what. If I know that I have someone who's very strong in APIs, I can give them the API section and maybe a little bit of the PowerShell. If I have someone who's really strong in PowerShell, I can give them this middle section, but they can collaborate with the person that's really good at SQL Server. The SQL Server person can create all the objects, and the PowerShell person can work with the API person to get the objects or get the data from the APIs, deposit them into SQL Server, and then I might have a reporting person that can take care of the reporting very quickly. And so this allows for a separation of duties and just easier planning if you're an architect, if you're a manager, that sort of thing. And then the same thing goes here, right? This I can give to my database person and say, hey, go create these tables. I need them done so that the API person can give it to the PowerShell person and the PowerShell person can deposit the data here for you. So I hope that makes sense. If anyone has any questions on any of the specifics of what you see here, I also included a PDF of this documentation here for anyone to view. By the time you see this on YouTube, there will be an English version of this that I'll distribute as well in the Google Drive. But for now, it's just in Spanish, but it's fairly simple to read. I try to keep the topics as technical as I could so that it doesn't get lost in translation. All right. So again, let's hop back to my Windows machine. We'll go over the PowerShell right now. Okay, so here we are again on my Windows machine. We see the lovely Power BI report. We're going to keep this up because we're actually going to use it as our template to rebuild it. We're going to rebuild it from scratch, y'all. This is not going to be like me taking stuff. We're going to build it completely from scratch. You're going to see everything I did to make this happen. So let's hop into PowerShell. And I'll try to make this a little bit bigger. This might be too small. So hopefully I can make it a little bit bigger for you. I'm going to go ahead and remove the commands window as well. So it's just me and the PowerShell that you see. Okay, so let's take the simplest one. In my opinion, the simplest endpoint first, which was countries. Basically, you called this, and all you had to do was call it however many number of pages there were. There were 5 pages, and all you had to do was get back the countries. Each country has a result set that has things like the country name, the abbreviation, a really cool URL with the flag. So that was really cool to see. They actually went, I saw the video of how they collected this data, but they basically went around web scraping a bunch of different flags, and then they stored them in AWS in the S3 bucket, which is a storage bucket from Amazon. That was super nice of them to do. They not only did that with flags, but they also did it with little images that showed like the image of the, like an image representation of the sport as well. That was pretty cool to see. I'll show you like what a 3x3 basketball one looks like, for example. So again, it was really properly done. I'm really happy as a user with it, and I know it took them a lot of effort to do. Although if I remember correctly, I saw a video from Roberto, who's one of the co-founders, and I think he said something like it took them 6 hours, which just goes to show how bad I am at what they do and how good they are. This is going to take us probably another 1.5 hours as far as like getting all this data, putting it into Power BI and making a report. But in that time, we're going to just do this step by step. And then again, you'll have access to all of the final versions of the code and the reports that we did in case you want to replicate this on your own later. All right. So countries. So I created a countries endpoint receiver. Technically speaking, you can do all of these at the same time, but I chose to separate them by the endpoint or by the topic. As you can see, I have 4 here. The first one's for countries, and this is basically a PowerShell script that goes in, pulls from the API, downloads it to a CSV, and uploads the CSV into SQL Server twice. And I'll show you why twice. The first part is just collecting the current date and time in UTC format. The data that we're getting from Codante's API is coming back with us with a UTC-based data set. Plus, UTC is just the easiest one to convert other things to. So I like to store things that are worldwide as UTC if I can. And then here, we are defining the API endpoint as a variable. So here, we can see that the endpoint is countries. And we are telling it that we want specific headers, which are the content type is application JSON, and we accept application and JSON as well. Here in this next part, we're actually making the call to Codante's API using the URI that we had defined here earlier. And the way to make that call, for those of you who are familiar with PowerShell, probably C#. I like PowerShell because it's object oriented and you can store things in objects. You're free to use whichever method you want. SSIS, C#, JavaScript, really anything. I just prefer to use PowerShell. It's the one I can get things done quickly in. So we make this using invoke REST method using the URI. And here we can see that we have the get method and we have a list of headers that we had defined up here. Then we store whatever the response is. We'll go ahead and store that into a variable called responses. Now, what you'll see here is a page 2 section. And basically what I do is define it again, but this time with page 2 as a header. Then I do it again for page 3, again for page 4, and again for page 5. Now, you may be thinking, whoa. If you're so okay, because that's all I am is okay at PowerShell. If you're so okay at PowerShell, why didn't you just do a loop or something that iteratively calls it? And the answer to that is I did, but this was the first way I tried it because I wanted to make sure that at least that worked, that it wasn't my loop that was messing things up if I was getting bad data. And surprise, surprise, / spoiler alert, whatever you want to use, when I tried it the first time with a loop, things did not go fantastic. The problems range from me using the wrong parameters to me calling it pretty much indefinitely in a loop because I forgot to increment my loop counter. That was another fun part where after like a minute, I was like, man, this is taking way too long. And I'm so fortunate and lucky that I didn't get banned because I must have called it like 100 or 200 times in that minute or so. So please be careful when you're doing the loop section of this. I tried to make sure that everything was properly formatted, but if you have to change things around, please just be really cognizant of their API. We don't want to blow it up and we don't want to get banned from it, right? So if you do get banned, you didn't hear anything from me. You didn't use my tutorial. You just found this on the ground on a flash drive one day and you tried to explore it to itself. At least that's what you need to tell the folks at Codante, because I'm not going to take the hit for you. Okay, so you'll see again, five calls, one for each page. This is page 5. And each time, if you look, what I'm doing is actually saying the response we get back, I'm going to plus equals that to my current responses. So plus equals meaning I'm going to append it. This is the same as writing responses equals responses plus response data. It's just a shorthand version. And I'm sure there's even shorter hand versions, but this is the shorthand that I chose. So at the end, what we can actually do is we can check on what the data looks like. So let's actually turn this on. For those of you who aren't familiar with PowerShell, these hashtags here are pound signs, sharp signs, whatever you want to call them. I think they have an actual name, but I can't remember what it is right now. But they actually have, their use is to comment code out. So here, when I delete this, you'll see that the code is now exposed and it's going to be run. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this right here because it shows you all the data that we've collected. Okay, so let's just go ahead and query that. Now I'm going to just highlight all the way to the top, including this because it's a comment block. And I'm going to run this, which is run selection. This only runs what you have highlighted. So when I run that, hopefully we don't get errors. No, we don't. There's our data. Okay. The data came back as an object or as a variable. And now we can see all of the countries: Venezuela, Vanuatu, Uruguay, Tuvalu, Trinidad and Tobago, let's see, Tanzania, and all the countries, Sudan, which is Sudan. All the countries' names are in Portuguese, but that's it's very easy for you to go ahead and translate if you need to, building a data set for translations. And honestly, I found it kind of neat that all the countries were in Portuguese. It helps me with my Portuguese, and I'm always curious about other languages. So very cool. Okay, so we can see all the countries here. Now what we're going to do is, again, hide this because this is just for debugging. We don't want this always to be exposed. But down here, we have something that takes the data. And here you can see that this data is basically an object that I created in PowerShell where I select specific things about the data that we just collected. So here's our responses, which is what's down here. And I'm going to use the select object command to select the ID, the name, the continent, the flag URL, as you can see. Now, why did I list these out and not just say everything? Well, it's because all the way over here at the end, I have a custom column. That custom column is a column that I made myself using the collection date time, which, if you remember, is all the way up here. It's basically just a timestamp of data. So my file is going to look exactly like theirs would, except it's going to have one more column, the time that I collected it, or the time that I ran this call. So if we go back, the next section is write data to CSV files. Now, the important thing about this is that we're taking the data that we're seeing here in the query in line 79, and we're just pushing that out to a brand new CSV file if you don't have it, or if you do have the CSV file, you are going to overwrite that CSV file with whatever comes back. If whatever comes back is nothing, you're going to overwrite that file with, you guessed it, nothing. So just please be careful with that. You might want to add some extra code here that says like, hey, make sure that data comes back. If it doesn't, then don't do the next steps. I don't feel like it because I'm lazy and this is just a project. If I was doing this for work, I would absolutely do that because then I lose some data. But here, I'm not going to worry about it. I just want things to be as simple as possible for you. Okay. So again, this section is writing the data to the CSV files. And to do that, what I have is two variables in PowerShell that have the file locations for my destination. And so I have a live file path and a historical file path. Then I use the export CSV command. I tell it which path I want, which is currently the live file path. I tell it I don't want any type information, so no information about what data types these are or anything like that. And the delimiter I chose is a vertical bar or a pipe. I like using pipes when I generate CSVs because very seldom, you almost never see a pipe in actual data. You see commas a lot in actual data. And when you're talking about a comma separated file and you see commas in the data, things get a little weird. If you're talking about a file that contains addresses, for example, what happens? City, comma, state is an address if you have the full address. And so sometimes it gets mistaken for a new column. I know there's absolutely text qualifiers that you can put on there, but I prefer to just avoid any confusion. And again, I want you, possibly a beginner, you're possibly an expert, but if you're a beginner to this, I want you to be able to have no issues, no worries. So that's why I use pipes. And then UTF-8 encoding was very important for the characters that we were using. Okay, the characters. Note, the Portuguese language uses different language. Sorry, that was my phone. The Portuguese language uses different characters than the English language and even the Spanish language. And obviously the Spanish language has its own characters as well. Like this A, for example, it just has different pronunciations, right? If you do this without dash encoding UTF-8, what you're going to get here, Sao Tomé e Príncipe, for example, this has the special A that you pronounce slightly differently. St. Thomas and Prince Islands or something like that. Is that one? What you're going to get are question marks in place of those letters. So please make sure you're using encoding UTF-8. Otherwise, whenever you see one of these special characters, you're just going to get a question mark there in the data. How do I know? Because I had question marks in my data and like a black question mark basically. And that persisted until I added this and it fixed everything. So UTF-8 encoding, very important for this particular data set. And then the only difference between these two, other than the file path, is that this one has a special command at the end called append. Now, append just means I don't want you to overwrite this file if it exists. I want you to add data to it. So if it exists, add to it. If it doesn't exist, create it. That's all we're saying here with these two commands. Okay, great. So we're doing that. And then we're also writing to SQL Server. Now, what's the special thing about writing to SQL Server? Technically speaking, we could write directly from the data objects. Instead of to CSV, we could write to SQL Server. But what I want to do is actually take the CSV files that we just wrote and write those to SQL Server instead. There's no really rhyme or reason for that other than I wanted to test out that skill and I wanted to show you how to do it, just to show you that it's very possible to do. So let's pretend all you had are the CSV files. You could use this code here to actually import into SQL Server just with these 3 lines of code. It's pretty cool. So this is invoke DBA query, which is a standard PowerShell function. Oh, is it? No, I think this is part of the DBA tools data set, I want to say. DBA tools, for those who don't know, is a very special and very free free. You know, I like free. A free module. Let me send the link over here. dbatools.io. It's a very special and very free module, which makes your life as a DBA, database developer, ETL administrator, ETL developer, anyone who works with databases and sysadmins as well, makes it a lot easier. It has crazy cool modules for things like backups. You can get backups done in one line of code. You can back up like 100 databases on like 100 servers with technically one line of code if you really wanted to. I don't suggest it, but you can do it. It just makes handling SQL Server so much easier for the person who doesn't have a lot of time to handle it but still wants to get it done right. Huge thanks to the DBA Tools team for providing this for free and for it being so good. I really appreciate it. And so the first line here just runs a stored procedure that truncates the table we're about to, truncates the live table. That's the important part. Truncates the live table. And then we insert into the live table with this line 113, and we insert into the historical table as well. Now, again, the difference between the live and historical tables is the live table keeps getting deleted and overwritten just like the CSV file, but the historical table, it just keeps appending. We just keep appending. However, the important thing to know is that even though we're writing to the historical table, look at the source file that we're using. The source file we're using is only the live file. So during this process, what I do is write the live file to both the live table and the historical table. You may be asking yourself, well, why don't you write the historical file to the historical table? Well, think about that for a second. When I write to the historical file, all I'm doing is appending. So if I appended to that historical file, and then I wrote that historical file every time over to the historical table, I would be appending the entire historical file every single time. So that's why I use the same live file for both, is because I won't clog up the historical table with duplicate data. Technically speaking, you could wipe the historical table and then write the historical file to the historical table every time, but I don't see any sense in doing that. I don't want to make my data so volatile by overwriting the historical data all the time. So that's my reasoning behind there. Okay, so we walk through the countries. Basically, all the same concept applies to other things like events, except for one thing. Remember, we were dealing with pages a little while ago, right? Paging in, is this where we were dealing with it? Yeah, pages. So page 1, page 2, which you can change here. And remember how I said for countries, I just made 5 calls for the 5 different pages I saw. Well, events sometimes had 30 pages. Sometimes they had 40 pages. And so you don't want to be writing 40 blocks of code. And what if you write all those 40 blocks, but then the specific query you ran only has 5 pages? Then you're going to have errors on pages 6 through 39 or 6 through 40. So how did I do this dynamically? Well, what I did was, again, we saw when we called this data, we saw a particular attribute at the very bottom, or I guess close to the very bottom, right here for path per page and total number of records. But if you scroll up a little bit, you'll see a value called last page. Last page, no matter what page you on, is always the same value, the last page. So if there's 30 total pages and you're on page 5, it's going to give you 30 for this last page. If you're on page 10, it's going to give you 30 for the last page, etc. So what did I do? It's very simple, really. All I did, like, let's think about this in plain English. If I have 30 post-it notes here on this notebook, and I'm telling you that, and you tell me that your max number of post-it notes is going to be 30 that you collect, I'm going to keep giving you post-it notes until I get to 30. That's basically the premise that we took, or that I took, or we took on stream. That's basically the premise that we took to make these calls. We got the max number of pages that we were going to have with the very first call. So if you look, I set the date here, and this is the date filter. I wanted events through the 7th, and I kept calling the API, or I called it once, I called it once using that date, and then here I collected the data, I collected the meta attribute, and I said, hey, the last page of events is going to be this page here, whatever it returns. Then I went ahead and said, okay, I'm going to use a while loop. While the current page is not equal to, while the current page is less than, that's what the -LT stands for in PowerShell. While the current page is less than the last page plus 1, because you want to do it one more time for the last page, then go ahead and call the API for whatever the current page is. And again, you'll have access to all this code. I'm just explaining it to you. So that's all. You can just run it and not care about my explanation. Just I want you to be able to debug and diagnose things if they go wrong. So that's why I'm explaining. While that's happening, we want to take the response, and then we want to use a variable called full responses events 1 as our primary collector, and just keep adding that one throughout the loop, adding to that full response events 1s using the current response data. And we have a select object for, again, the same events that we had prior. So this is the part that I said I forgot last time, or when I was first building, is if you're going to do this while loop, you have to increment the value of the current page every time. If I keep giving you post-it notes and I don't keep track of how many post-it notes I'm giving you, and you don't tell me, I'm just going to keep giving you post-it notes, and that's what ended up happening. So once I have all that, then all I have to do is run the same process. Take the data that I finally collected at the very end of the call and write it to CSV, and then write those CSVs to SQL Server. Now you'll see a couple extra things like clear variable. This was done because I ended up running into some issues where the values of certain variables persisted over the span of different calls. And I wanted to make sure I didn't have any trouble with that. So when I run this, you actually might see some issues here. You might see some red, but the second time you run, it'll be absolutely fine. It's trying to clear variables that don't exist yet. So if you have any suggestions in PowerShell of how I can check if a value or a variable exists before I try to clear it, let me know. I'd be happy to hear them. I think I can clear them right now, and you'll see what I mean. Like if I try to clear these variables, I'm going to get some errors that say cannot find a variable with this name. It's not going to be super consequential. It just looks bad if you're trying to present it live on Twitch. Hello. But at least I know before going in, we know that these errors are going to happen, and that's okay. PowerShell recovers and still does what we need to do. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to run events because we need to run it. The last time we ran it for was the 7th. Okay, so we need to run it for the 8th because I submitted this on the 7th. So we need to run it for the 8th. And all we have to do to run it for the 8th is just change this page. And now we can just run it. So I'm going to go ahead and run it. It's going to save. It's going to tell me that there's issues with the variables, but it's just going to keep going. It's okay. And it's going to download all the data from the 8th of August, and it's going to load it to a CSV, and then it's going to give it back to us. Is it done yet? No, it's not. It's making the call, and it has 10 pages no, sorry, 22 pages. So it's making the call for 22 pages, keeps making it until it's done, and then it'll return all the data, write it to a CSV, and then write it to an Excel file. So let's wait for it to do so. It usually takes about 30 seconds or so to run, something like that. So it should be done fairly soon, as long as nobody else is using this API. And the event, the hackathon, is over by now. So I'm assuming there's not a lot of people using the API right now. Okay, so while we're waiting for it to run, it'll let us know it's done. Down here on the bottom left, you'll see something like complete. And then this right here will allow you to press play again. BownerSoup, how are you doing? I hope you're really well. BownerSoup says, I missed the first part. Is this the data from the API JSON? It absolutely is. It's a data set from a company, an educational company in Brazil called Codante. Their website is codante.io. And we're just walking through, we already walked through the API itself. We walked through how to leverage the API in Postman so you can explore it. And right now we're going through the PowerShell code that I built to automatically grab the data, download it to PowerShell, create a CSV from it, and also upload that CSV into SQL Server as well. So you caught us right here, right in the middle part where we are downloading the data and writing it up to SQL Server. And then after this, we're going to build a Power BI report from it. It's actually taking quite a while, so I'm going to leave it be. And we'll talk about the competitors data set. The competitors data set is really important because, again, this is that one data set that's technically part of the events data set. Okay. And so for every event, if I scroll down a little bit here, you'll see sort of like an indented after competitors, which is a attribute of events, you'll see sort of indented data. And it just means it's part of another node. It's another node inside of the competitors. So this is actually for each event, we have a list of competitors. It's kind of like an outline, how you indent an outline. And the important thing is I didn't want to mess around with possibly bringing back the wrong competitors for the event, and I wanted to successfully link them. And so the way that I found that was actually one of the ways that we did it in a prior stream about a month or two ago, where I used theme park data. I actually used ChatGPT to help me out back then, and it allowed me to search an indented or nested, the proper term is nested attributes, and also tie back their parents. So that was pretty cool. Nested or child, or whichever one you wanna use. All right, this is actually taking way too long. So let me go back to events here and just make sure I have this here. The current page is 1. I wanted to run it for the 8th of August, so I did that. Let's make sure that the current page events is incrementing, and it sure is. Okay, this should be okay. Let's try it again. Do I have any of these files open by chance? I have them open in Power BI. Maybe I need to close them in Power BI. Nope, this is actually all SQL Server, so I don't need to close them. Okay, let's try running this again for events and seeing if it works. Okay, so while we're doing that, let's talk about competitors. Competitors is slightly structured differently. It starts off the same exact way as events did. Oh, here we go. We get some data back. Let's see if we can actually get it to write though. We'll go over to our output and see if we have anything writing. Today is the 10th, so we should see these update after a while. So it's 222 pages in total that we need to write. Maybe I was just being a little impatient. We'll see if I can wait a little bit longer, and hopefully I take long enough babbling to you for it to have the time it needs to run this stuff. Maybe it's just busy and slow because it's so overwhelmed with stuff. Maybe that's what people are doing on a Saturday night. What are you doing here on a Saturday? Did I mention Bob Ross is on? Go to the Bob Ross channel. I'll still probably be here when I get back waiting for this. Bob Ross has an excellent channel. Well, Bob Ross himself doesn't. Rest in peace, Bob Ross. But I like to watch the Bob Ross channel while I'm working. All right. So what's the difference? The difference is I have a total number of records that I needed to grab as part of my download here for the competitors. But also the difference is, if you look, my data for acquiring these competitors was very different from the simple events one. If you look, what I actually did was created a custom object inside PowerShell. And what it was kind of flatten the file. Here's events. Here's the competitors inside the events. It sort of flattened them a little bit. And so now I have one record for each competitor instead of one record for each event plus the competitors. So again, I still have one record for each event. That's in another call. But here I was also able to do a completely different and separate data set for competitors. But the important thing is I needed to keep the event ID. Why? Because I needed to relate that competitor back to the event and link them in Power BI, for example. That was really important for me to do. So that's really the main difference. After that, it's just the same exact loop call that I had to do. And then I wrote it back to the CSV, and I wrote that CSV over to SQL Server. So. While we're still waiting for this, because it seems like we're still waiting for this, while we do that, we're going to go ahead and create some SQL Server objects, because the last part of this is, again, SQL Server objects being populated with the CSVs. So what are we going to do? We're going to hop into SQL Server Management Studio. You are free to use whatever database platform you want. For me, it's very easy to use SQL Server. Again, it's completely free. And I happen to be okay at it after working with it for oh man, I'm old. It's been like 13 years since I started working with SQL Server. So here we are in SQL Server. I outlined a list of things to do because I know I tend to ramble. So I'm trying to keep myself honest and trying not to waste your time. If you feel like your time is being wasted, I sincerely apologize. Again, the Bob Ross channel, I don't know, maybe it's over there somewhere. I'll even do a shout out to Bob Ross. If you feel like your time is being wasted here, check out the Bob Ross channel. It's very calming. All these ASMR channels, no, you don't want ASMR channels. You want Bob Ross. That's enough ASMR. He's been doing ASMR since the 80s. For free, may I add. All right, so the first thing we're going to do in SQL Server is create our Olympics database. The second thing we're going to do is create some live tables. Actually, just create the tables. The first one will be a live, second one will be a history, and we're going to do that for each object, events, competitors, sports, countries. Those 4. So 8 tables total. Then we'll create some truncate procedures for the live tables. We'll create some reporting views for all the tables. And then it's Power BI time. All right. So you can see here on the right, I already have the scripts for these tables. I'm just going to go ahead and do them in a brand new database. And you will get these scripts too if you shoot me an email or go to my website, sqldevdba.com/contact. You can send me a contact form there and mention that you want the scripts from the API Olympics stream, and I'll happily send them over to you. sqldevdba.com/contact is where you would go for that. All right, so let's first create the Olympics database, right? Here, what I'm going to do is go to the Object Explorer, and as you can see, there are several databases already here, including the one we made in the Spanish stream, which is called Olimpiadas. For those who don't know, I also stream in Spanish. I started doing it because where I'm from in Puerto Rico, I feel that a lot of students who are recently graduating don't have enough data-related courses available to them, and the ones that they do have might be a little bit outdated. And so I wanted to facilitate a environment for them to be able to learn from someone who's teaching them face-to-face, quote-unquote face-to-face, and hopefully allow them to not have to leave, because one of the problems that we're facing in Puerto Rico is that a lot of new graduates are leaving the island to work here in the US, and I want to see if maybe we can get some remote jobs for them, or get them some training, some real training to have remote jobs, and they can stay or come back. Like, you know, folks like me who have been out a while can come back and have jobs there. So I do it all in Spanish, and I like to use data that's positive about Puerto Rico, because a lot of the data that I see is not so positive. Things about the government, politics, and religion, stuff like that, economy. So if you have any positive data sets about Puerto Rico that you want to send my way, I will gladly take them, and I'll do a full stream. I'll give you whatever shout out you want. I will give you brownie points. I can't send you brownies because I think sending food over mail is illegal, I'm pretty sure. But I'd appreciate it very much if you could send any data that you're interested about Puerto Rico that's positive, and I'll do it. I'll explore it live here on stream. All right, so we're going to call this database Olympics. That's a pretty simple term. When I create brand new databases, the owner I always give them is a user called SA. SA stands for sysadmin. SA cannot get fired. SA cannot get, I don't know, cannot win the lottery. And so SA will never leave the system. SA is a user that never gets deleted. I actually disable it and block the login, but it can still own things. And that's, in my opinion, the best approach. So the only other thing I'm going to change here is in the options, I'm going to go ahead and change a parameter called recovery model. I'm going to switch that to be simple. You only want to use full or bulk logged when you need to restore transactions at point in time. For me, I would only need to restore this data maybe once a day. If I worked for a company that did a bunch of these transactions all the time, then maybe I would want to use a full recovery model. But then you have to do the work of making sure that the transaction log gets backed up. Because if it doesn't, your transaction log is going to grow, like the beanstalk from Jack and the Beanstalk, or Clifford. You remember Clifford, the big red dog? It's going to get about that size. And then you're going to get a nice call at 3 in the morning going, hey, we have no space on the data drive. SQL Server refuses to write any more data and our entire system is down. You don't want to get that call, do you? Just choose simple. Just choose simple unless you need to back it up all the time. And then you have to do all that other stuff I explained. So again, I'm going to choose simple. You can choose the compatibility level. You can also use the collation. This is a really important one if you're working with characters in Spanish, in Portuguese, and Japanese, and really any language that doesn't use a standard Latin or that uses a modified Latin. You might want to set it to whatever it's supposed to be. Here's where you can set the case sensitivity of your database. So CI is case insensitive. And the accent sensitivity, AI and AS are accent insensitive and accent sensitive. That's going to determine, like, when you're searching for a where clause. I actually have a video about that. I think the video's in Spanish, though. Maybe I should make an English one. If you're watching this and you're happy with me speaking Spanish to you, then I have a video about collation and what the differences it makes. That'll be up here if you're on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, I just pointed to a comment saying what Pretzel Rocks was playing right now, what the music was playing. If you can't hear the music, let me know, and I'll turn it up a slight amount. If it's too loud, please also let me know, and I'll turn it down. Hopefully it's at an okay level. I tested this before I went live, but, you know, maybe I just don't know. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and create this database. Wow, that was like 10 minutes just to create a database, huh? I chose the path. I chose the C drive because that's the only drive that's on this computer, and it's my computer. It's my money. I get to do things however I want. You, for your job, you should not put databases on the C drive. Let's repeat this one more time for the people in the back. Don't put your databases on the C drive. Don't put SQL Server on the C drive. You don't want anything on the same drive as the operating system. Why? Because this drive needs to be at nowhere near capacity for your entire system to run. If you have databases on the C drive, if they grow, like Clifford the big red dog that we just talked about, they will fill up your C drive, your system will crash, and it will be your fault. Get another drive. I don't care if it's a flash drive. I don't care if it's a flash drive. Just get another drive. Beg your sysadmins for another drive. Put all your data there. Please. I like you having jobs. I want you to keep your job. I want you to be able to buy crazy and cool things. Let me know the crazy cool things you're able to buy with the money from your job. And if you want to keep those things, don't put your databases on the C drive. Let's hit OK. I put it on the C drive because I have no other drives. That's basically what I was trying to say. All right, so we have a new database called Olympics. I'm going to right click on databases and refresh so that Olympics is right here now. What we're going to do over here is we're actually going to switch over to the Olympics dataset. Now, how do I do that? There's a couple different ways. I can open a new query and just use this right here, this drop down to switch to the database. I won't do that because I want to show you another way. The other way is to hit Control on your keyboard and press U. I like to remember it as Control Use, or the other command is Use. I learned that one from Kendra Little. She's an amazing database administrator, data architect, data expert, and ambassador. She's on YouTube. Her website is, she has amazing, cool drawings about SQL Server that help you learn. Her website is littlekendra.com. Put a link up there in the chat for you to browse it. She does amazing podcast called Dear SQL DBA, where people write in questions and she answers them. She's fantastic. And she taught me, well, she didn't teach me personally, I just learned it from her video. If you press Control U, it's like Control Use. And I can switch this right here and just press Enter. That switches it. Or another way is you can right click. You can change the connection and change the connection all the way. I don't recommend this because this is really just like changing the connection of SQL Server. That's kind of it's like driving, a 747 to go get your mail. There's really no need to do that. The other way is just saying use Olympics go. That changes your database right on the fly. So let's go over here to Olimpiadas, which is the Spanish version, and as soon as we execute this, of course, I put the semicolon where it doesn't belong. So there we go. We just switched. If you keep this at the top of all your scripts, you'll always make sure your scripts run at the correct database. As you can see right here, this is SQL Server automatically generating the scripts for me, and it always says at the top, it says use Olimpiadas Go. So that's something you can use. Okay, so let's get into creating the tables. I'm going to go ahead and create the first table, which is called competitors. And here what we're doing was we're actually building the new file that I'm going to be putting up on my Google Drive. So if you want this file, let me know, and it'll be part of the package that I send over to you with the PBIX, the SQL files, all that good stuff. All right, so we'll change the date here because it is now the 10th of August. Oh, and let's check on our PowerShell. It ran successfully. I don't remember how long. I don't know how long it took, but it ran. Let's see when it was done. We can see here that the two events files have been updated as of 8:10, right? That's really cool. It finished at 6:11, so about 10 minutes ago, 10 to 12 minutes ago. While we're on this hot streak, what we want to do is also run the competitors data, but we want to run the competitors through the 8th as well. Because we ran events through the 8th, we want to run the competitors through the 8th now too. So I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And it's going to run the competitors file. We want to run this again for the 9th and again for the 10th. Both of those events and competitors, that's what I've been doing. Can you automate this further by using a Windows task scheduler instead, or using SSIS to call these PowerShell files? Yeah, you can absolutely do that. I actually did that for a previous API I was working with. So that actually has been running for the last like 2 months. I'll show you that very quickly. There's a folder I have here called theme park output. And as you can see, at 620 was the last run. So 620 and 620, I have a Q list and a Q list history file. Both of those are running. Both of those have been running every 10 minutes, I believe, using the Windows task scheduler. Pretty simple, pretty simple. All right, let's go back to creating our data. So we're changing this back, and that's it. That's all we have to do is change the date. So now we're gonna run through all the objects, right? We're gonna create a table called competitors. That's our first one. I'm gonna go ahead and just highlight this here, and I'm just gonna hold Control and E. I know you like to use F5, don't you? I used to use F5 as well. But I don't like to use F5 anymore, and that's because I don't want to get it mixed up with a button called Run or Debug, because that stops your entire SQL Server. Did you know there's a way to stop your entire SQL Server? It's by pressing the Debug button. As you can see, I don't have the Debug button anywhere, because one time I pressed the Debug button when I was new, and I took down the SQL Server. That's all there is to that. It's just yeah, you don't want to take down the SQL Server, so don't press debug. F5 won't debug, to be clear. What I do is I run it with Control E, Control Execute. So it's already created, which is why I got the error. So let's just move on. But yeah, Control E is a good way to do it instead. All right, and so we're gonna go ahead and create the view on competitors. You always have to create the table before you create the view, right? Because otherwise the view creation is going to error out saying that the table doesn't exist. Here's the problem though. If we're using Olympics, this right here, I hard coded it to use the Olimpiadas database. So we actually have to change this to use Olympics instead. And there we go. Now it might give us like red underlines here. Let's see if it does that in a view. It might not. Sometimes it does. If it does, all you have to do is press Control Shift R, and that'll get rid of those red squiggly lines. It's just like Microsoft Word. It's just telling you that the object doesn't exist, so it can't create a data, or it can't create the code. If you're curious about which data types I chose, it's pretty standard based on the length of characters that I saw. For example, a country flag URL. URLs tend to be really long, so I gave it 500. The country name, I wanted to at least give it 100 characters. Result positions, result marks. Result position, you would normally say, or result mark, which is the place that you came in. Normally you'd say, well, that's pretty simple. You either came in first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or whatever. That's not the case. I saw some that were like times. If you're running, let's say you're running on a marathon or something, your result is based on the time as well. So I did see those, and that's why I just went ahead and opened the door for varchar 10 for at least 10 characters, letters, or numbers to come in. So something to keep in mind as you're building these, or why I chose the data types I chose. The only other one that I have to explain is datetime offset. Datetime offset's a special data type that allows you to convert from UTC over to whatever your local time zone is, because it stores the time zone of the data as well. So just keep that in mind. You don't have to use datetime offset, but I do recommend it, and it is what I used. You can always change this. Just know that your times are not going to match mine. All right, so we're going to go ahead and create this view as well. That's enough of me explaining stuff, I think. I think I can just roll through these. We're going to create competitor history now. So we'll copy this over here. And then we'll create the view for competitor history. just keeping in mind that you have to change the database to be Olympics instead of Olimpiadas. I'm gonna create the view. And next, countries. Normally I'd create all the tables first and then create all the views and then the procedures, that sort of thing. But it looks like this was SQL Server's way of doing it, and it probably did it in order of dependency and then also alphabetically. That's probably what it did, because I used just to generate scripts functionality. If you're not sure what that functionality is, let me go ahead and create this view first. And I'll show you. Let's make sure. Sometimes I like to make sure that the script runs, right? Whatever I'm about to create runs, so I don't get any sort of errors. And this one looks like it ran. So I'm going to go ahead and create the whole thing. We are at countries, and we created countries. Let's hop over here real quick, and I can show you how to generate the scripts. Let's say, for example, I wanted to generate the scripts for all of these tables. Ooh, it looks like I haven't created countries yet, right? So that's important. Or sorry, I haven't created events or countries history. I still have like four or five more tables. So if I want to generate the scripts automatically, what I can do is say tasks and then generate scripts. Again, I right click on the database, then I click tasks and not import data, generate scripts. Let's do that again. Right click on Olympics, which is my database, click task, click generate scripts. Now, what it'll do is allow you to open a wizard where it will check all of the components inside your database. You get to pick either everything or categories of things. So if I want all tables, all views, I can just check those. Or you can go in and select the actual items. So let's say I don't want countries, or I don't want the history tables. I can uncheck those. I don't want the history view, so I can uncheck that. And then afterwards, it'll ask you, what type of script do you want? Do you want it saved as a notebook? Do you want it saved as a script file? Either a single script file for all of your objects, which is what you see here on the right side, or one script file per object. It'll ask you where you want the files to live as well, and it'll ask you if you want to overwrite any existing files. You can also just save them to the clipboard or just open them to a new window. Why don't we pick open to a new window? And it'll ask you just for a summary, and you hit next. It'll get the list of objects. It'll create the script, and here you have it, a full list of all the objects and all the code inside of them. So you can just run through this, boom, create it if you want to. So that's pretty cool. You can also tell SQL Server to export the data as insert statements when you do this. Keep that in mind. If you want to also export the data as insert statements, you can do that. I think it's I'm going to waste time here, but it's essential that you know this, because this is a trick that I didn't even know for until 3 years ago, something like that, like an embarrassingly long time. I think it's in the query results to grid, results to text. No. Import and export settings, maybe? Nope. Man, it's somewhere in here. It's somewhere in here. Query results. I could have sworn it was in query results. Maybe query execution. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Google it. Just know it's possible. And don't waste your time trying to build out your own generate scripts or anything like that. It's 100% possible somewhere in here. It'll say something like generate insert statements with script exports or something like that. Now I kind of have to find it, but I really don't want to waste your time. So I'm going to try 2 more things. And then we just won't do this anymore. Okay, we're not going to do this anymore. But I promise it works. And I promise it's available to you. Okay. Hey, GoompyBumpy, I think is how we pronounce that. GoompyBumpy asked, is this Unity? No, it's SQL Server, but welcome aboard GoompyBumpy. I hope you're having a great Saturday so far. What we're doing is we're actually taking data from an API that was set up by a Brazilian educational company called Codante. It's an API about the Olympics. We're downloading it through PowerShell, and we're importing it into CSVs and SQL Server so that we can build a Power BI report from it. I am terrible at Unity. I have a couple books on it, but I've never actually tried to do anything with it. But I see its capabilities, and it's fantastic, but unfortunately, I don't have the time to learn it. But if I'm curious to know if you've done any projects with Unity, or if you're interested in learning, that would be pretty cool. I'm not sure how I'd be able to tie it into data, but I'm sure there'd be absolutely some way. All things can be tied to data, right? So I hope you're having a great Saturday so far. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here. Okay, so I think our competitors are done as well for the 8th, right? So let's run our events for the 9th. We're gonna run our events first, and then our competitors for each day, right? So we're running it for the 9th. It's gonna run. It has 24 pages to do. In the meantime, let's keep going with our SQL Server objects here, right? We did the countries already. We need countries history. Let's just go ahead and copy both. Countries history and the countries history view. We need to change this over to be Olympics and not Olimpiadas. And we're going over here. We're going to create the countries history table. We're going to create the countries history view, which is right here. If I can highlight everything I need to, there it is right there. We're going to create disciplines and the VW disciplines view. So we'll do that. We'll do disciplines is up here, right here, the very small one. And disciplines view is, again, we have to change the data to be, or the database to be Olympics instead of Olimpiadas. So I think I can create both of these at the same time. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. There we go. Both of those were created at the same time. That'd be good to do. Disciplines history as well. I'm gonna create both of those views. GoompyBumpy says, you have a nice presenter and radio voice. I appreciate that. I like to say I have a face for radio as well. I don't know who I heard that from, but I thought that was a neat joke. So I usually say I have a face for radio too. GoompyBumpy says, what are you using this data for? That's a fantastic question. So basically the company that held this hackathon, I'll link their website. The website is called Codante.io. It's in the website's mostly in Portuguese, but they have some English components as well. And all their documentation for this API is in both English and Portuguese. But they were very nice enough to put a hackathon together for, it was mostly for Brazil, but they posted it on Reddit. One of the co-founders posted it on Reddit for anyone to use worldwide. And so I wanted to jump in and try to use the API data for what I was good at, which is databases and Power BI, or at least I'm okay at it. I've been able to make a job for the last 13 years about databases and Power BI. So I must be doing something right. And so I just wanted to create tutorials on how to use Power BI, SQL Server, PowerShell, and APIs to build reports about different APIs out there. So if you find an API about NBA or Formula One or soccer, football, as it's known in the rest of the civilized world, if you want to use any APIs, this tutorial here that I'm making right now will allow you to do so. You just have to change a couple things around, obviously, because not all of that data is Olympics data. But the data set is about the Olympics. It's about the 2024 Paris Olympics. They made it 100% free to use, and they just wanted to see what people would build for it. And it helped bring our community together, right? All expanses of the community, web development, middle tier, database, business intelligence, that sort of thing. And so I just wanted to be able to contribute to this hackathon and show people all the cool things that you can do with Power BI, and show you all the cool things you can do with SQL Server, PowerShell, Power BI, etc. So I hope you're finding this either educational or entertaining in some way, shape, or form. If I can do anything to make it slightly more entertaining, let me know, and I'm happy to do that. GoompyBumpy says, sounds useful because of how many people need the database. Good luck with your tutorial. I greatly appreciate it, GoompyBumpy. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for your kind words. It means quite a lot, and I will try to work on my radio voice as much as I can. Thanks so much. All right, so let's keep going here. Let's go ahead and make sure that this view is created. The good thing about SQL Server is it really tells you, hey, there's already an object here, so you can rerun stuff if you really want to, and you'll just get an error that says, hey, it already exists, I didn't create it, right? So that's what we did right now. We'll go ahead and create events and events history. And again, the only thing we have to change is Olimpiadas to Olympics. That would really help if I could spell Olympics. There we go. All right, so we created events and events history. No, we just created events. Now we're going to create the events history tables. I promise I will do this as quickly as I can. The good news is if you're watching this on YouTube, you can just fast forward. There should be like a scroll bar along here, right? That's how YouTube works. Just drag it along. I will put chapters here as well. If you're watching this on YouTube, you get the luxury of having chapters. And just look for the next chapter when I don't know, babbling about something else. The next stage of this is actually going to be modifying our PowerShell to run to the English version of this database instead. So stay tuned for that if you'd like, or again, scroll forward if you're on YouTube. If you're not on YouTube and you're on Twitch right now, first, thank you for being here. Also, you can't scroll, and I'm so sorry about that. You can't scroll through time here. So you're just going to have to wait. You can go watch Bob Ross. Did I mention Bob Ross is on? You can always go watch Bob Ross while I do this. All right, so here what I'm doing is I'm actually creating a procedure that truncates all tables. Okay, so why did I build this? Well, because I made a lot of mistakes while I was developing this, and I wanted to have an easy way to just truncate all the tables, wipe all the tables clean. And so this is a truncate all tables procedure. I'm not going to use this in production, but I like having this while I'm developing because it makes things a lot easier. All right, so there's another one for truncate competitors. There's another one for truncate disciplines, truncate events. And I think truncate countries is somewhere around here. Oh, that's my 30 minutes timer. Okay, so we have all of those. Let's copy them over here. And again, the important thing we have to remember is what? To change the database to Olympics instead of Olimpiadas. I almost said Spanish version. So I'm going to do this one. I'm going to do this one. I'm going to use this one. And I think one more. Events. There we go. So now we should be able to create our last procedure. And we're done creating all of our SQL Server objects. What does that mean? That means that if we right click on tables and refresh here in the Olympics, we'll see all the tables. It means we have all the views as well. Here's all the views. And if you look, there's even some stored procedures. If you go to programmability and go to stored procedures, you will see all 5 stored procedures, one for each object and then one that truncates everything. All right. So we are good with our SQL Server objects. Now it's time to populate them. And all we have to do is change the table here in the PowerShell script. So I'm going to do this really quick. I'm going to switch this over to the 9th. And we're going to run it. And while we're running it, we're going to make a new English version of countries. Okay, so we're going to just copy the code here. We're going to open up a new PowerShell PS1 file by pressing Control-N. And then we will go ahead and just switch it up a little bit. Here, I'm going to put the date. And here, I'm going to say updated for English version of database. And here, what are we going to do? We're going to change a couple things. Number one, we can technically create a brand new directory for our English files. Do you have time? I got a little bit of time. I think we can do that fairly quickly. And number two, we're also going to change the database that we're using here. Here you can see the database is Olimpiadas. We want to go ahead and switch that to Olympics instead. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to change the stored procedure to be Olympics. We're going to change these databases to be Olympics as well. And it shouldn't take very long. Why? Because you were a good noodle and you made variables. Variables are really good for this sort of thing, right? Because I don't have to change my code at all. All I have to change are these variables here, and it'll automatically absorb those new values. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually create a directory just like this, Olimpiadas output, but it's going to say Olympics output. So I'll do that right on my C drive. Remember the drive that I told you, like, don't ever touch it. That's where I'm doing everything. Why? Because I don't have another drive. Well, I actually do have another drive. I have one of those like Samsung T5 or whatever data drives. Hey. I don't know why my SQL Dev. Oh, there it is. Satrack75. Thanks so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome aboard. I'm glad to have you here. Let me know if you like SQL Server. Let me know if you like the Power BI content more. Let me know if you like API. Feel free to not let me know anything at all. I'm just happy to have you here. Happy to have you hanging out with us. Thank you so much for being here and for joining. All right, so we are going to call the folder Olympics. Can I spell Olympics? Olympics. Output. There we go. Okay, we're going to create a brand new directory called Olympics output, and we'll just leave that there in the C drive. Now, why is this important? It's because I need the directory to exist before PowerShell tries to drop a file there. If it doesn't, I'll get a very nice little error saying I couldn't find the directory, I was unable to load it, blah, blah, blah. So we want to make sure we do that first. Okay, so Olympics output is what we want to rename to, right? So I'm just going to copy the word Olympics and I'm going to change it here too. And I don't have to touch this code ever again, right? I could technically also do that same thing for this, but it's a lot simpler. So I'm just going to say the database is Olympics, database is Olympics, database is Olympics. Technically speaking here, I could have just a database name. Let's do that now, right? We have time. We're going to have a variable called database name, and we're going to say that that database name equals Olympics. And then what we're going to do is we're going to actually replace this database here. We're going to replace it with the database name variable. And bam, now we have a dynamic database name that we can leverage instead. I need to change it here though. So I'll just change it here. The table is still countries and countries history. I did those in English even with my Spanish stream. But then it's using the live file path, which we already changed up here, which is pretty cool. Now, all there is left to do is run this one. Now, what's the important thing? The important thing we want to make sure of is that we're not affecting the Spanish version of these at all, right? So I'm just going to do a cheeky little Control F here. Control F for the word Olimpiadas. If I see that anywhere, I know there's some remnants of the Spanish version of this, and it looks like there's nothing. Did I spell it right? Olimpiadas. Yes. I believe that's also how you spell it in Portuguese. So let's just say I was spelling it in both that way. Okay. So what's left to do? Well, what's left to do is run. Remember, our tables are brand new. We have no data in them, no data in the countries, no data in historicals. There are no files. This Olympics directory that we just made is still empty right now. But if everything goes well, and if not, we'll troubleshoot it. Don't worry. You can go watch Bob Ross if you want to. That I won't be offended, but we're going to try it out right now. We'll press play. It's doing some stuff, and it's done. In this 3 seconds that it ran, it created the new files, both the live and the history, and then it populated the 2 SQL Server tables with those files. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff that it did in like 3 seconds. So that's pretty cool, right? Well, assuming it actually did it. Oh, look, it did. And here we have the files, 32 kilobytes each file. And we have the countries live. If I right click this file and I say edit, You can edit with Notepad++ or edit with Excel. Please don't open the CSV with Excel. I'm begging you. Excel loves to corrupt CSVs. But hey, you can do that if you want. What I like to do when I open files with Excel, no, I don't want to. Huge shout out to Notepad++, also a free tool. You know how I am here, only free tools, or as many free tools as I can. Also with Excel, if you want to open it with that, you can just make a copy of the file and call it like open with Excel or something like that. And that one you can feel comfortable opening with Excel and have Excel ruin the file for you, because that's what it does to CSVs. Anyway, here's country data. We're good. And it's as of 10:47 p.m. GMT. Remember, we only use UTC here, or I only use UTC just to keep things correct. All right, so here's where things get weird. Let me go ahead and save this file, because actually I'm going to call this Olympics countries, because it's in English. Here's what's a little bit weird. Oh, BownerSoup has a question. BownerSoup says right here, did I point at it right? I never do that right. BownerSoup says, does PowerShell connect to the SQL Server as a user? Yes, absolutely. It connects. Right now, it's connecting via my user, my Windows AD user. It's doing that because I didn't tell it to do it otherwise. However, with invoke DBA query, I believe that one of the parameters that you can supply it is called SQL credential. Oh, there it is. Hey, that was easy. SQL credential. And there is a special function called get credentials that you can run. Okay. When you run this, I'm going to run this with a parameter called what if, I think. Is that going to work? What if? Hopefully that works. Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't. I know it's going to work for this one. So let me just push this down here. When I import into DBA CSV, that does allow the what if parameter. So that's what I'll use. I'm going to highlight it and then press play here. And there we go. See how it gets the credentials for me, or it pops open a window? Here is where you can put your SQL Server credentials. If I have like a user that's not an AD user, it's just a local SQL Server user that's called PowerBI user, or even PowerShell user, this is where I'd be able to enter the username and password. So that's pretty cool to know as well. You can also store your credentials in encrypted objects. Here in PowerShell, you can store them on other files and tell PowerShell to get them from those encrypted objects too. I'm okay with it using my local user. But that's a good question, because you might need to change who it's using. Usually if I need to change who it's using, I'll run it in like SSIS as a different user and give that user rights to do whatever I'm trying to get PowerBI to do. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that answers your question as well. All right, so let's run Olympics one more time. And something we need to note here is that these files are both 32 kilobytes. They're identical right now. However, something magical is going to happen. Not really magical. Not really magical. It's just logical, I guess. Notice that I have the keyword append here for the history file. What's going to happen is the non-history file, the live file, as I like to call it, is going to get overwritten, but the history file is going to get added to with our new data. Let's see what that looks like. I'm going to press play here. And you will see that this file remains at 32 kilobytes, but the history file doubles in size. It doubles in size because it now contains the last version of the live file and the new version of the live file all at the same time. If I open this with Notepad++, I'll see that the only difference between them, other than the data itself, US may have won more medals, China may have won more medals. China's doing really well. And the third country, I can't remember, that's doing really well, I think it was France. France? I don't know. Let's check the Power BI report. That's why we have it, right? The other country that was doing really well was, survey says, Australia. Australia was doing really well. France was doing really well here. So we can see France doing well. There may have been more medals distributed, so technically speaking, the data doesn't have to be different. But what we can see here is the timestamp 2247, and if we scroll down at least halfway, we can see 2252. So that's how you know that the data is different, and that's how you're able to track it in Power BI, is use the timestamp column to see what the differences were for each country, which we might have time to do today. I'm not sure, because we've been going at this for 2 hours now, and you still don't see Power BI. So I promise we're almost there. Okay, so again, we're going to create English versions of these, but while we're doing that, we want to make sure that we run the data for the 9th. I think I already ran it for the 9th here and here. So, I actually don't remember. What I can say is that if we go back to Olimpiadas output, we can see events and competitors should have similar timestamps. So 635, competitors is 643. Okay, so I did run it for both. I'm gonna go ahead and run events for the 10th. I always run events first so I can mentally keep track of which one. If I see that competitors has a later time written to than events, then I know I ran both. That's my little trick there. All right, so let's do it for 810 as well. While that's happening, I'm going to copy the disciplines file, and I'm just going to make an English version of it. I'm going to say converted to English. Oh, it looks like our competitors are done. Or sorry, our events are done. Let's run it for competitors too. All right, and then here, oh, that was quick. Was there not much activity going on the 10th? They were both pretty quick. That's great. Okay, that's fantastic. So countries is run. Let's go ahead and change the events. No, disciplines. Let's run disciplines in Spanish as well, right? Just cuz. So now all my data in Olimpiadas output should be from today, except for, looks like countries hasn't run today. So let's just run it for today. Okay. All right. So now we're going to run the English version because all my Spanish ones are done updating. See, we're good to go here. So let's focus our attention back on the Olympics, which is the English version. All right, so we have countries already done. Let's focus on disciplines, which is just the sports, all the different sports and their disciplines. I have a page about that. And what we're going to do is we're going to be a little bit cheeky again. We're going to create a new variable called database name equals Olympics. And notice how you don't have to give PowerShell a data type here. I just know that because I said Olympics, it's a text file. I also misspelled Olympics for those of you who were paying attention. If you're not paying attention, Bob Ross is live. I don't know if I've mentioned that yet. But Bob Ross is live. You could just go watch Bob Ross. I'd be watching Bob Ross if I was me and I was watching this. I could always catch the replay here. Go watch Bob Ross. I won't be offended. All right. So we're going to use database name as a variable here. So all I have to do is change it to Olympics here one time, and it'll automatically upload. And then we're also going to say Olympics here. For this truncate, remember the truncate procedure, what it does is empty out the live table in SQL Server, and it allows us to overwrite that data without actually overwriting it. All right, here we have to change this to Olympics output and change this to Olympics output as well. And I think we're good to go. We're going to do our little control F here for Olimpiadas. Make sure we didn't write anything. No, we are good to go. I'm going to go ahead and save this as Olympics disciplines. There we go. And let's go ahead and run this guy. Oh, disciplines history does not exist and auto create was not specified. Something went wrong. I did something wrong. What was it? Let's find out. Let's go to our SQL Server and see what happened. In our Olympics table, in our Olympics database, do we have disciplines? We don't have the disciplines history table. Ah, what a miss. Do I have anything? I only have cheer. And that definitely, I don't know if you could hear that. I only have cheer. We can't cheer. We did something wrong. I have cheer and I have the F1 radio noise. Like that. Maybe that's what we can use for a failure. No? Okay. All right. So we'll create the disciplines history table. That's okay. It's pretty easy to create. Let's just Control F here for disciplines history. There it is. Create table disciplines history. And that probably means we didn't create the view for it either, right? Because the view can't be created without the table existing. Right. I know that's what you just said and shouted at the screen right now. So yeah. Olympics is what we have to change the database to. Let's go ahead and create both of those objects. There we go. Okay, so it's cool. No issues. All we have to do is run it again, right? We're gonna run it again. And now everything was created. We should be good to go. Let's go ahead and check on our data, right? Let's do some select stars. Y'all like doing select stars, don't you? Let's do some select stars. So here's a neat trick for you is if you want to write the same query multiple times from multiple tables, all you have to do is hold. Oh, I might not be able to do it because it might be my Windows key. Let's find out. Yeah. Okay, you hold Alt. It's still my Windows key, but hopefully it works. You hold Alt and then you just highlight down in a vertical line. It didn't work. Actually, it might work. Let's find out. Let's try it one more time. Holding Alt, selecting this. I'll go up here because that opens my Windows. But for you, if you're on Windows, it won't do it. Oh, it didn't work. Okay. That's annoying. That's annoying that it didn't work. What about Option? Oh, no, it's Option on my keyboard, but it's Alt on yours. I promise. You can just say, you could just highlight it down. And here I am writing select top 10 star from Olympics.dbo. And then I can put all of my tables, right? Like that. If I want all my history tables down here, I can just say something underscore is, or no, just the word history. And now all I have to do is fill this out with whatever tables they are. So I have events, and autocomplete does this for me too, so I don't have to worry too much about it. I have countries, I have competitors, and I have disciplines. No. Yeah, I do have disciplines. So again, if you're not sure, you can always use that. That's a pretty cool, neat trick that you can use. For example, if I wanted to do this again, what I would do is actually copy this. Since I already have those, I can copy this, overwrite this with it, and then just write underscore history if I want to, or just write the word history if I want. Either way. I think I just made it longer somehow. This is supposed to be a shortcut, and somehow I made that shortcut longer than it was supposed to be. But that is a neat trick. I would encourage you to try it. It works in SQL Server Management Studio. It works in Azure Data Studio. It works in Visual Studio if you prefer Visual Studio. That is a cool and neat way to select things. So here we are. We're going to select all of our data, and we can see that some tables have data, some of them don't, right? How do I know which one is which? Well, this is actually really easy as well. What I'm going to do is use that same functionality as I had before and copy the names, or copy the whole names like this, and let's see if this works. Okay, don't judge me if this doesn't work. I'm going to paste. No, I'm going to write a double character in a space, and then here I'm going to paste, and that looks okay. Actually, I'm not going to do that yet. Again, I'm making this more complicated. I'm going to say this space as table name, and then comma star. So now when I paste it, it should have all of the tables as the first column, like the table names as the first column. So countries, disciplines, we can see here, row this well, countries history and disciplines history. Maybe that was a bit much, but that's a neat trick I like to use. All right, so that means we have competitors and events to write, right? So let's go ahead and write events first. In English, I mean. We're going to go all the way to the top. We're going to change this to 810. We are going to update for English version. And then we're going to do our updates for the English version as well. Nothing about the API changes, right? It's all the same exact data. What changes is right here, all the destination files on our side. Olympics. The word Olympics here, the word Olympics here. I'm also going to update the database by adding a new database variable, database name. And I'm going to call that, no, I'm just going to say equals Olympics. And I'm going to use that as the variable right here. Oh, I forgot my double quote ending here. So used to SQL Server that I completely forgot. There we go. So database here, and I need to clear this one, right? Olympics. All right, great. I think we're good to go. What I'm going to do is actually add this clear variable over to our next one. So the clear variable just basically flushes out the variable. And so if database name was different across my different files here, it would actually transfer the value, and we don't want it to transfer the value. We want it to be independently analyzed for each file we run. So what I'm going to do is just say clear dash variable dash name is database name, and the scope needs to be global. As long as I add that to the end, I am clearing it just fine. I can do that here too, and do it in countries as well, just to make sure. So save. This, I want to make sure Olimpiadas is not present, which is fantastic. It looks like it's good. So now I'm going to go ahead and save this. I'm going to save it as, where are we doing events right now? Olympics events. All right. And we're just going to run it for the 10th, right? We're not going to run it for all past days. If you're building this from scratch, you need to run it for all days. I ran this before I loaded the data into Power BI. I ran it for all days between the 26th of July and that day. So you obviously can't run it for the future, or maybe you can for at least events and competitors. But I didn't feel like running it for future days. So I just ran it for all days through today. As the day goes on, things will change. So just be cognizant of that for those. All right, so we're going to run the 10th. We're going to run this all into the English version of the data, right? While that's happening, let's just steal the competitors from Spanish and do it for the English version as well. Oh, clean variable is not recognized as the name of a commandlet. So it looks like it failed. Oh, because I said clean instead of clear. Luckily, it was all the way down here, so it didn't really matter. We got the data we needed, right? If we want to verify that, we could just go over here and we can see events is populated, and so is events history probably. Let's see, events history is too. It's no big deal, it's at the bottom. It's no big deal that it failed, but we know how to correct it, which was just clean variable instead of clear. All right, so let's do this again. We're going to create a variable for database name. There it is, equals the word Olympics. All right, and we're going to replace this, and replace this with the word Olympics instead. This is just the stored procedure that clears out the table. And did I do that correctly for the last one? Yep, I did. Just checking myself, making sure I did that. I don't remember doing it. So, all right. And then the file path, we just want to make sure Olympics is the file path, right? Olympics. All right, now we should be good. Let's make sure we're running it for the 10th, which we are. We're going to save, and we're going to save this as Olympics competitors. And that's it. We're just going to go ahead and run this now. It's going to import all of our data, and the table that was once empty, which is this empty one here, should now be populated. And there we go. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to run the 10th again for both events and competitors. So here it is for events. We're going to run that again. Why? Because we want to build a history that has more than one entry, or more than one timestamp. We're going to do the same thing for competitors. And then we're also going to do the same thing for disciplines, which we had not done, if I remember correctly. Clean variable. Yeah, clean variable is not a real one. Clear. Forgot to change that in the other two. And okay, I don't know what I just did. Maybe just cleared it. Show script pane. There we are. Okay. Clear variable. There we go. Just gonna run it again. There's really no consequence to running it multiple times. It's just you're collecting data just to collect data. That's what I do for a living. Collect data just to collect data. That's weird. It's not weird at all, I guess. I don't know. All right. So we're done with our data collection, even for the English version. Again, our Spanish version has a lot more data. We don't really need that much for what we're about to do. And what are we about to do? We're about to look at this in Power BI. We're going to build our Power BI report. We're going to replicate exactly what you've seen at the beginning of this presentation, or the beginning of the tutorial, which is we want to make sure, the first thing we want to make sure of is that our views are properly set up. So here, I want my competitors to select some data. Oh, and I also want to make sure that events history has an S in it, which apparently it did not. That was me misspelling stuff. So I'm gonna make sure, and that probably means that the script that I gave you all in the Google Drive is probably messed up too. Oh, that's interesting. All right. So we have our data. We have at least data for the 10th of August for events and competitors. And we have data through the 10th for disciplines and for countries. So now, again, let's build our Power BI. Why do I have views set up? Because I don't like Power BI to have access to my tables directly. I only allow Power BI to access data through views, and on a very rare occasion, stored procedures. Why? It's because I can control what it has access to. With the table, I just find a free access with the table, and I don't want to do that. And number two, because I can apply filters like where clauses, like if I only wanted to see a year of data, I can do that, or one record, I can do that from the view without having to redeploy the report. And also because I can create custom columns in views that I can't do in tables. I would have to do that in like DAX, and I prefer to create as many custom columns as I can in SQL Server instead of creating them in Power BI. It keeps things light, it keeps things airy, and it doesn't slow Power BI down. Okay, so enough talking. Let's create our report. So we're going to use this report here for inspiration. And the key thing to note is that we will be using primarily our CSV files to create this report. Now, I will show how you can import both the CSV and the SQL Server, and I'll even show a quick hint at a little bit later of how you can hot swap them. Something I was chatting about with someone from Reddit today is they had a question that's a very popular question, which is, and something I actually encourage, which is, hey, can I go ahead and just start building the report with CSVs while people work on getting the data into the database? And if I do that, will I lose everything when it's time to switch over to SQL Server or whatever Oracle database or Postgres or I don't know, whatever you use? And the answer is no. There's actually a very easy way to swap out your data sources. And that's building a new one up on the side with no reports or anything attached, or no visuals attached to it, just building a brand new one and then stealing the code from it and popping it on top of your existing one. I'll show you what all that looks like, but just know that it's possible. You can build this entire report in CSVs and then easily switch it to use SQL Server or Oracle or whatever, as long as the data sets are identical, at least identical, but also you can have it if like your SQL Server has more columns, that's okay. But they have to have the same name, and there has to be at least as many columns as there are in the CSV version. Otherwise, you might run into some issues. It's still possible. You just have to navigate some errors. All right. So again, we're going to use this one as guidance, but we're going to create this one from scratch. So here it is. Here's the report we had. I'm going to close this now because we need to open a brand new one, right? So I'll close this. I'll hit save because I want it to be saved. And again, my computer is not very fast, so I apologize, but it's just not very quick. So I'm going to try to close as much stuff as I can. Yesterday, we were using it for a demonstration about Power BI gateways. That was a lot of fun because I got to install or update the gateway live and also configure it live. And the gateway, all it allows you to do is deploy a report, and then Power BI will continuously query your SQL server for you automatically through the internet and magic, however Microsoft does that stuff. It creates a tunnel basically into your SQL server or into your network in a safe and secure manner, of course, and automatically refreshes stuff so you don't have to worry about republishing the report every time there's new data. Yeah, it'll automatically just do it for you, which is really, really cool. You can actually see what that looks like if you go to the report's semantic model. So I called this report something like swap. Let's see, Olimpiadas. Is it here? Nah. Maybe I just put it somewhere else. No, I want to say I put it here. Let's find out. I have so many reports in here for my demos and all the different streams that I do. So I have to find a better way to organize them. I think there's a new way to organize them by creating folders. So I might start using folders. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I can name a folder like Olimpiadas and put stuff in there. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you that you can see that the last refresh was at 6:16 p.m. today. And the next refresh is going to be at 8 p.m. I set this up by going here. Well, after I installed the data gateway, which, hey, there's going to be a YouTube video here. If you're watching this on YouTube, that other video will have already been posted. So here's a link to that video of how I set up Power BI gateways, why you need them, all that good stuff. Here's where I set up the refreshes. I have one going at 7, 9, at 2 p.m., 6 p.m., 8 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m., and 11:30. So all these refresh. The data doesn't really change because I'm not automatically doing that. But if you have a system that changes every couple hours or changes every minute and you are comfortable refreshing it up to 8 hours, 8 times a day with Power BI Pro, then you can absolutely use this feature. Let's head on back to the report because we're, again, going to use it for inspiration, right? So I'm going to go ahead and open this report up. I'm going to open Power BI Desktop up as well. Oh man, 2.5 hours. Did I mention Bob Ross is on? Let's give another shout out to Bob Ross, just in case you forgot Bob Ross is on. I'm not sure why I chose Bob Ross as the channel to push here. I have nothing to gain from that channel. It's just, who doesn't like Bob Ross? I wish I had that much hair. I have zero hair. I am bald but one can aspire. One can aspire. It maybe Bob Ross and I are similar styles, but they're, you know, we're at the two extremes of hair. I'm completely bald and he has a huge fro, or had a huge fro. So BownerSoup says, did you use bookmarks in your Power BI report? This one in particular does not have bookmarks, but if you want to see what bookmarks look like, or if you want to see some examples of how I use bookmarks, Power BI reports, I think, no, Power BI demos is the tag for this. Check out this link, which has Power BI demos in it, and you'll see, if I can open it up. Let's travel over to my Safari again, because my Safari is way faster at this, so I'd rather do that. Let me distract you again with some balloons. Can I distract you with some balloons? I think I can. No? Did it work? Yeah, it worked. All right, we're back. Here's my Safari. I'm going to go to that link that I just sent you. It is sqldevdba.com/power-bi-demos, where I used bookmarks was in a report, I believe, about sim racing. I think I used it to switch between kilometers and miles. BownerSoup says, those 4 cards above the table. Oh, you want to see those? Okay, well, first let me show you the telemetry, which is where I actually used bookmarks. Those look like bookmarks, but they're actually not. They're a built-in feature now, which is fantastic. They used to be bookmarks, BownerSoup. They used to be, but now they're not, and I'm so grateful for that. Is this one right here, possibly? I think these might be bookmarks. No, this is just a slicer. I don't know. It's been a while since I've used bookmarks. What I usually use them for is to show and hide visuals, right? That's probably what you're referring to. But no. Power BI now, I'm sure one of these has bookmarks. I'm not going to bore you. Let's hop over back into my RDP. All right, there we are. So let's talk real quick, BownerSoup, about these things. These are not bookmarks. They're a newer feature from Power BI, and they're called Page Navigators. And so each one of these is actually a different page, and the Page Navigator just automatically adds buttons for each page that you have. So I can click on countries and participants, and it'll take me to that page. I can click on sports and events, and it'll take me to that page. The neat thing is you can also hide the page, but show it in this bookmark navigator. So you can have no pages here on the left, or just one, but you can have 4 buttons. You can choose which ones to show and hide. And then you can just use the bookmarks to get around instead of showing this, or instead of having this. So technically speaking, I do that, right? And you can still see it. Why do I put the buttons there when you can always, use the left navigator instead? Well, it's because when I embed these reports into my website using Power BI Publish to Web, I don't have access to that page over there. When you see the demos in the link I sent in the chat, there's no page selection other than that little strip down at the bottom that says page 1 of X. And a lot of people cannot find that very easily, or don't even know that it's there. So I wanted you to have ease of use when you're navigating my pages. Hopefully that answers your question. All right, we're going to click new report. And again, we're going to start using our new CSV files, but we're also going to show how to use one SQL Server table. So let's get that SQL Server table out of the way. BownerSoup says, cool, I haven't used bookmark yet. That looks much better. Oh boy. So there was a time, BownerSoup, in the long ago. It was about 3 years before the Challenger, Space Shuttle Challenger went up, where there was no such thing as field parameters or page navigators. I'm not sure if you use field parameters yet. If you have, congratulations, they're amazing. I'm sure you know they're amazing. If you haven't, I would seriously consider using field parameters because they're amazing. Also, congrats because you just went on a quest to use field parameters. But before those two were available, we used to use bookmarks for everything. Like, you would make things show and hide dynamically, and people were like, oh, that's magic. And it's like, no, that's like tireless hours of clicking and pointing and showing and hiding things and using bookmarks to save it. And like probably lots of cursing. We first started using bookmarks quite a lot in like 2018 and a half, 2019. When this video came out from PowerBI, from Guy in a Cube, which I have to give a shout out to Guy in a Cube and their YouTube channel, because they've just been amazing over these last couple years, or these last almost 10 years. YouTube.com/@GuyInACube. They launched a YouTube video about how to use bookmarks and like elevated to like level to 11. And it's, I think a person named Amanda was on there showing this, and she used to be the program director or like the senior director for Power BI in the long ago. It was fantastic, and we tried to replicate it as much as we could. It was an amazing video back then, but now field parameters and bookmark navigators, or sorry, page navigators will get you there. BownerSoup says, I have 2 years of experience out of school, like 1 year trying to incorporate better data tools in my department. That's awesome. BownerSoup says, I watched a Guy in a Cube vid. At some point, maintaining looked terrible. That was our reality for like 4 years. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It didn't just look terrible. It was absolutely terrible. Your judgment call was 100% correct. It was really bad. The user experience was fantastic. All the users loved it and kept wanting us to do more intricate and crazy things. And we were just like, we should have never introduced that in the first place. It was a lot of fun. Again, field parameters and bookmark navigators and page navigators, they're your best friend. We'll actually use them in a bit here. So stay tuned or watch the VOD, because you should be watching Bob Ross. Bob Ross is great. You should go watch Bob Ross. Okay. So we're going to load the SQL Server table first. And to load the SQL Server table, I can use my recent sources. You can probably use your recent sources because you've probably connected to SQL Server before. If you're brand new to Power BI and you're just looking at this like, okay, how can I just get started? I want to make sure you are taken care of. Everyone else, don't worry about them. They know what they're doing, I hope. But it's just you and me right now. So we're going to do this from the very beginning, as if you've never done it before. So here, what I'm going to do is, if I have a SQL Server, I can click on SQL Server, or I can just click more, and you can find all sorts of different data sources that Power BI connects to. And so we're just going to wait for the more to load, and you can see everything. We were talking all about PDF files yesterday, and how you can load data from PDF files, even though I believe it was BownerSoup that said that it's a complete mess and you shouldn't, because they're very messy. But they'd be absolutely right. They're absolutely right. It's very messy. I'm going to look for database here, and I'm just going to search for SQL Server wherever it is. But you don't have to do that. SQL Server is just available in the primary menu too. I'm going to click connect. Okay, and the server, you're going to put the server that you're comfortable with. The server that I'm comfortable with is the one I have installed, which is this. It's called MicroPC1. I can call it MicroPC1, or this is the IP address. Don't worry, you can't access my server. This is an internal IP address on my network, right? You can also connect here to Azure, right? So you'd say like blah, 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 Azure database at database.windows.net or whatever it's called. So you'd be able to connect to Azure here as well. And the database is called Olympics. It used to be called Olimpiadas, but now it's called Olympics. We have two options here, import or direct query. To put it very simply, because I went on like a tirade about this yesterday, so I'm going to try to keep it as slim as possible. And there's more information here also. Import is when you want your reports to run fast and they don't need to be updated more than 8 times a day. You want ease of use. You want simple use for your executives, that they don't have to wait around. You want to do some manipulation inside of Power BI. Use import. Use direct query. If the stats need to be updated like every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes, anything more than 8 times a day, just know that it's going to be a lot slower, and it's going to be a lot more taxing on your SQL Server or whatever database platform you're using, because Power BI is running one query for each visual that is on the page. You're going to get the same exact query run. So be very careful with direct query. No optimization in SQL Server or whatever database platform, because you're going to need it. You can learn a lot about it, which is great, but you're going to need to know optimization. In the advanced options here, you can just do things like use stored procedures instead of views, or if you want to put an explicit select statement in here, you can do that too. I don't recommend that, right? We don't recommend explicit select statements in here. That's bad, because you want to have a controlled version of it, and so you don't have to keep updating your Power BI report and publishing it every time you make a change to your query. And then your command timeout, which is like, hey, I don't want this to run for more than 60 seconds or something. This is optional, and it'll run with the default if you don't put anything. So I'm going to choose import. I'm going to click OK, and the data set will load on right here, somewhere around here on the right when it's done loading. Okay, so the next screen is the credentials. BownerSoup says, I do that. My DBA won't create views. Listen, I'm not going to tell your DBA, which as Brent Ozar says, DBA stands for what? Don't bother asking, right? Don't bother asking. Shout out to Brent Ozar. Go check out his channel. He's way funnier than I am, way smarter than I am, probably has a ton more money than I do. He's just an amazing guy. He's an absolute expert. I learned a lot from him. I owe him like 50 beers, but he says DBA stands for don't bother asking and default blame acceptor. BownerSoup, you want your DBA wants to create views. It's how he keeps you in check and controlled. So I really don't understand the logic behind that. I wish your DBA would consider the fact that your DBA gets to control what Power BI does a lot better if they implement views or stored procedures for you to use. It helps him or her optimize your database as well to make sure that they're using the right indexes. It helps him or her track what you're doing in Power BI. I am struggling to understand the logic behind, no offense to your DBA, but I'm struggling to understand the logic behind only allowing implicit select statements here instead of controlling it with views. I salute you and your patience, because it's a lot more than mine. As a person who was a DBA and technically still am, one of my roles was senior database administrator, 5-6 years ago, maybe more. Oh man, no, more like 10 years ago. I've been a senior DBA for a while. Now I've moved on to like architect and manager. But if I had a DBA on my team that refused to create views for Power BI, they would be getting lessons on views and Power BI. That's neither here nor there. I wish you the best and most patience possible, but that's really rough. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on that tirade, but that's very unfortunate. So I'm going to you can use Windows credentials, so your own credentials here. I don't suggest that, because when you go publish this report, what it's going to try to use, it's going to try to use your credentials. I like to set up a spanking new user just for Power BI that has access to my database. Why? Because I can pull the plug on this user at any point. This is again a tip for your DBA there at BownerSoup. Create a Power BI user, and you can control everything it does. If you get tired of BownerSoup one day, all you have to do is randomly shut down Power BI user, and BownerSoup will be left like scrambling. If you don't like BownerSoup, that's what you can do. But at least you have control over your own database. Good Lord. All right, so what I did was, because we just created Olympics here as the database, I need to add Power BI user to the Olympics database. So I'm going to do that right now, and I'm going to give it the data reader role. No other permissions, no writer, no admin, no nothing. Public and data reader, so it can select from stuff, but it can't ever update data in my database. And now Power BI user can log in to the Olympics database. So here, instead of use my current credentials, I'm going to hop over to the database section. I'm going to hit Power BI user is going to be the username. And for the password, I need to look at my handy dandy password manager that I have. No, it's not Notes. I know you're thinking that Notes, but it's not. I actually pay for a really good password manager. And I love using it because it means I don't have to remember passwords. Isn't that great? Eric Darling says that Eric Darling is another very intelligent and very hilarious content creator for SQL Server, and just really good database tuner and administrator. He says that for every index name that you remember, you forget someone's birthday. And I feel the same way about passwords. So I was about to, call out my password here. So I'm just going to go quiet for a second while I type it in. All right, let's see if that connects. Yeah, okay, so the fact that we got this error here, this encryption support error, that means it worked. It's just warning us saying, hey, there's no encryption support for this connection. So we know we're in, right? I'm supposed to be like typing really fast. I'm in, chief. No. All right, so if you go to the data pane, which I just opened here, what you'll see is after, actually, I don't need to open that yet. I'm gonna select the views that I want. Again, this gives you access to the tables, but I don't want Power BI to have access to the tables. I want the views because I can control everything in the views. You can see the server name and the database name. You can see here events is what I want to bring in. Let's say I want to bring in events. I can see the data. I can load it. And now it shows up right there. I'll wait, Power BI. There it goes. It's refreshing. Yours won't be this slow, I promise. Maybe it'll be this slow. If you have a lot of data, it might be slow. But hopefully yours isn't this slow. If it is, ask your boss for more RAM. That's all this is. Power BI, for import anyway, it runs a compact version of SQL Server analysis services, which requires lots of RAM. If you're working on Power BI for work, ask for at least 16, if not 32 gigs of RAM. This has 4 gigs of RAM. Don't stick with 4. 4 is a bad idea. Use more RAM. Get more RAM. I have a sim rig over there in that room somewhere that has 64 gigs, and that's way better. It's way faster with Power BI. Everything is pretty much instant with it, but it's also more expensive, and I had to pay for more RAM. So, all right, so here's our events data. It's straight from the SQL Server view. Again, this is just to show you how to do this. I'm actually going to use CSV. So we're going to go back to get data, and we're going to say text CSV. Now, I'm going to go look for that data, right? We're going to look in our C drive. That's where the data is. So I'll go to this PC. I'll go to the C drive, and I'll go to Olympics output, and I'm going to basically add every single one of these files. I can only do one at a time for the time being. So I'll hit open, And I'm just basically going to go down the list. So if you look at previews evaluating, it recognized my custom delimiter, which is a pipe. I'm going to tell it that I want it based on the entire data set, my data type detection. Why? Because I want Power BI to select the right data type for all of my data. Even if some of my records may not have data present, I want it to evaluate the entire file, which doesn't take very long for this small data set that we're working in. Hit load. This next part should go pretty quick because it's pretty repetitive. But if you're on YouTube, hey, skip ahead. Skip ahead. The next chapter will be something like starting to build the visuals. It'll probably be along here because it's we're far along enough to where we have, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour left in this exercise. So just search right here. Okay, competitors history was loaded. Notice how they don't have the VW because they're just called the same thing as the file, right? So what am I going to do now? I'm going to keep adding these files, but there's a more convenient way to do this. If I right click here and just hit edit query, or I go to the modeling area or transform data, I just like hitting edit query because it's a lot faster. I can actually go to the Power Query editor, and here I can just flow through files or cycle through files a lot quicker, right? So here I'll go to recent sources. Nope, I'll go to new source. Text CSV, competitors live is the next one. And I'm going to pick the same thing again. First 200 rows, I'm going to change that to entire data set. And I'm going to hit OK. There's competitors live. Let's do that again. If you know a faster way, I'm happy to hear it. But we'll just power through this. I'm sure we can make it. You get to take a break and go watch Bob Ross while I do this, maybe. I lost my train of thought here. Countries, history, countries live. Based on entire data set. Hit OK. And we're good to go with countries. Next up on deck is disciplines. We're going to start with disciplines history. We're going to change it to based on entire data set and hit OK. If you're using based on entire data set and you notice it taking a while, you can switch over to based on first 200. I don't recommend it, but you just might have some corrections to do after the fact. So just know that that's the case there. You'll have to do some corrections where it's like, oh, I thought this was a number field because all I saw was numbers, but there was text there too. And you'll just have to tell it, no, it should be text or something like that. All right, and events. Based on entire data set and events history as well. There's events live. And we are good to go. All right, we're going to choose based on entire data set and hit OK. All right, so we're good. We're good. There we are. We have all 8 data sets. Now we can just, one thing you might notice is that if you load these, if it didn't catch it right, you might see these values here, which are the columns. You might see it sort of like this, okay? And what this is hey, it like didn't realize that you needed to use the first columns as the headers or the names of the columns. If that's the case, if you see it like that, all you have to do is hit this button up here that says use first row as headers, and it will automatically promote those to the column. That's what this step is doing right now. And then this step right here is changing all the data types to be the correct data types based on all of the data inside the files. So just some tips there. All right, we're going to hit close and apply and just sort of wait for this data to load because it's going to take a little bit of time. It's not going to take too long, but here we are. All right, we're done. We're done. So again, we have an imposter here, right? We have all these CSV files, but then we have this VW. I'll show you why I have that, why I kept it, and how you can hot swap it with your SQL data after we do a bunch of visuals and stuff. All right, so we're going to tackle the countries first. Why? Because the countries is really the easiest one to do. The rest of them are a little bit complex, but it's absolutely fine. We can make it happen. So one of the things I want to make sure I do is create the relationships that I had, right? I want to make sure that I create the relationships in the same way that our ERD has them. And to do that, I'm going to swap over to the relationships area, which is this little model view here. And as you can see, it auto detected some of these relationships for me, right? That's pretty cool, except it's not cool because I didn't want it to do that. I'm going to go ahead and just delete these because these records have nothing to do with each other other than the fact that they share the names. It's something that Power BI thinks it's convenient for you, and it's really not. It's really cool that it tries, but I don't think it's really there yet to be able to do this by default. So you can actually turn this off if it's bothering you, just like it bothers me. You can actually turn this off by going to your settings, just like I did, and just say never detect in the data load, never detect column types and headers from unstructured sources. Is that it? No. We want that one. There should be like a relationship one. Background data. Again, it's going to make me look dumb. Oh, current file data load. Import relationships from data sources on first load. That's fine if there are relationships like in foreign keys and stuff. But here, auto detect new relationships after data is loaded. We don't want that. So we're going to turn that off. So now we have countries. We have disciplines. We have competitors. We have events. Which is events live, then events history. I'm just doing a little maintenance here. You don't have to do this, but I like doing it because I need to establish some relationships. So we have events, competitors, and competitors history as well. Wow, this is like super not organized, is it? Let's try that again. Competitors, where's competitors history? There you are. Events, live events history. And that's it. Then we have this like imposter SQL Server view, which is okay. So what we can do is go check our ERD for everything that relates, right? Let's hop over to Safari. And in Safari, we can see that our relationships are sports to events, right? The sport name to the event discipline name. And then we also have the competitor event ID to the event ID and the competitor country to the country ID. Let's hop over back. Okay, so the competitor and the countries need to be related. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and push them a little bit closer. And then we'll say the country name to the country name. So country name to country name. All we have to do to relate them is drag the field from one entity to the other, and it'll establish a relationship. This one is one country can have many competitors, and all competitors can only have one country, which is exactly how it works. This is a one-to-many relationship. So here, events, it's competitors and events, I think, right? The competitor has an event ID, and then events has an ID. So event ID to ID. Again, one competitor, or many competitors can only have one event, but one event can have many competitors. That's where the many is there. And then this is the imposter view, so let's leave that out. Disciplines go to the events. So I think there's like a discipline name, which is the name of the event, or is it the discipline name up here? Discipline name goes to name, which is right here. So there we go. One discipline can have multiple events is what this is telling us. And let's zoom in a little bit closer. This is a one-to-many, one-to-many, one-to-many. Now, if I just want to see, let's say, countries and competitors isolated, what I can do is down here where it says all tables, I can just add a new view and just say, hey, I just want to see countries and competitors. And I want to organize them that way a little bit better, okay? Note how competitors live. I forgot to bring in countries live. Note how it allows me to see just these 4 tables in isolation, but the relationship stays intact. That's because this is just a view. Competitors and countries. I'll just say competitors and countries. This is just a view just in case you have like 50 tables in your model and you want to see things like transactions together, customers together, accounts together, that sort of thing. You can always use competitors, or sorry, you can always use layouts, and you can have as many as you want just for organizational purposes. So that's really good to know. All right, so now that we have our data model structure completed, we're going to go ahead and save very quickly because we don't want to lose all this stuff, right? So I'm going to name this Olympics Analysis 2024. And we're going to click save. And now here's the chapter. If you are coming from like a long time ago where I said to come over here for starting our visualizations, welcome to that section. If you've been watching on Twitch, I'm so sorry that you've had to listen to me babble. You can always go watch Bob Ross. Bob Ross's channel is live all the time on Twitch. He's much more entertaining than I am. So we're going to create one called countries, and we'll double click on this page name to change it. And I just want to go ahead and create my second page so that we can show BownerSoup how to create the page navigators. So I'm going to create another one called events. So here I have my 2 pages, and BownerSoup, all you got to do is go to insert, buttons, navigator, and page navigator. And there you go. That's your page navigator. You need to add this by copying it to all the other pages that you want this on. That's the only trick. And because of that, what I like to do is format it before I copy it, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and delete this one again. You can always add it back by using that or just by copying it. But I'm going to go ahead and format it to be that cool purple stuff that we were working with earlier, right? So I'm going to make these rounded rectangles. The rounded corner is going to be like 10, maybe like 20. Yeah, like that. I think I made like the fill, the style of it. If you go to styles and you go to fill, I think I made the fill like a very light purple, like this, something like that. But if you notice, that's actually the wrong type. I want it to be white when it's not selected, right? So I'm going to undo that by pressing Control Z. And what I'm going to do is click here, the state selected. That's the only one I really want to change the fill color on. So now, whenever it's selected, that's when it's going to be purple. Okay. So another thing I want to do is either remove the border altogether, which is probably what I'll do. I'll go to style, I'll go to default, and then I'll just say border is off. Ooh, you can do that. Let's say you want to do that, or you can just change the border color, I guess, right? That's what I ended up doing for the other one, it seems. So I'll go to the border, I'll change the border color to purple, and there we are. Now we have our bookmark navigator. We can copy this and paste it over here as well. Cool. All right, so let's create another aspect of this, which is, let's say this, I don't know, should we create, we're gonna have to create everything, right? So let's do the table, because the table has some neat, cool things, like the colors of all the different columns. It has the flag. That's pretty cool too, right? So let's go ahead and create the flag, or the table. So to create the table, you can either just start dragging stuff in, or you can just hit the table visual that I have right here. So I'm going to go ahead and make this a lot bigger, like this. And then I'm just going to start by going to my countries live data set. And from the country's live data set, I'm going to go ahead and bring in the name of the country. And there we are. In a bit, I'm sure it'll give it to us. Someday. Oh, there we are. Okay, and again, the names are in Portuguese. We're cool with that. We want to learn some Portuguese, right? We have the continent that the country belongs to. And we have the ID. The ID when I want to put it up front, right? Not at the bottom. So what I'm going to do is drag the ID to be up here instead. So we can just drag them to change the order. You just have to wait for like the green bar to show up. And there we go. Right? So now we want to add the flag, right? But we could add the flag just as a URL like this. And there's the flag, right? Looks great. No, it absolutely doesn't look great. We want it to be a picture, not the URL. So what you're going to do is you're going to change, and I believe I have this set as the URL. Yeah, the country ID, right? So if you want the flag to show up right before the country ID or even the country name, whichever one you feel like, what you're going to do is right click on that column that you want. So I'm going to right click on ID, and then I'm going to click conditional formatting icons. And this is where normally you can like use like traffic light signal icons like you're seeing right now. You can use all sorts of different icons just like this, right? Depending on conditions. We're not going to use any of that. We're going to use the URL as the icon source. So how do you do that? You go to format style and you select field value, and then you just leave it as first ID, or if you have a different one, that's fine too. But the first ID I want to choose from is countries live. I actually want to say countries flag URL. Country's flag URL is what's going to give us the flag for each country. You can choose whether you want it left, right, or only that icon. That's cool too. If you want it as its own column, I'm going to keep it as left, and I'm just going to say the alignment of the icon can be on the top. That's fine. Then I'm going to click OK. And there you go. There's your flag. If you want to change the size of the icon, I think you're going to actually have to change the size of the font as well. So if I make all these values bigger, see how the flag increases in size. So that's one thing you're going to have to keep in mind, is if you want the flag to be bigger, you also have to make the font bigger. The flag will automatically change the shape based on that. All right, so that means I can get rid of this ugly flag URL, but it's not, it's super useful. It's just nobody wants to see that URL, or maybe they do, right? Maybe you can leave it in. I'm not going to do this, but maybe you can leave it in, and not only leave it in, but also apply conditional formatting to give it the flag URL too. So you can actually make it a link to that flag. That'd be pretty cool. That's one option if you want to do that. We're not going to do that because we're just going to replicate my existing report. So we have the country ID, the name, the continent, the rank, and the rank of total medals. Okay, so for the rank, it's right here. And the rank based on total medals is also here. You see how those are sums? I don't want that. I'm going to right click on each one of these and click on Don't Summarize, because I don't want Power BI to do any addition, subtraction, or aggregation. I just want whatever the data says. I trust the data. The folks that are collecting this data are great. I'm not going to let Power BI ruin that. So the rank is the true rank based on the actual standings of those medals. So if you got like 50 golds, but another team got 75 silvers, your 50 golds might be worth more than those 75 silvers. So that's something to keep in mind. So the rank is just going to be the rank. We'll just double click on the columns to rename them, and then we'll say rank. Nope, well, that's just total medals. So total medals. And I like to put number signs in front of when I have like counts of stuff. So this is the number of total medals. There's a rank by total medals, which is what I wanted to do. And here I'm going to right click and Don't Summarize this as well. And I'm going to say rank by total medals. So this one is whoever has the most medals. That is what this rank stands for, but the true rank is right here, the rank. All right, so we have country, name, rank, number of medals, which we have gold, silver, and bronze. Let's do that really quick. Let's do continent. Let's just rename these. Continent and name and country ID. just to make this a little bit more appealing for our users, right? Then we're going to do a cheeky save because we don't want to lose all this data like we did, I think last weekend. We totally lost all that data, so that was not fun. But we had another one that we recovered with, so it was pretty cool. It was all right. The good news is, if you are working in OneDrive, and I highly suggest you work in OneDrive, PowerBI has this new feature where it does version control. As long as you save it at the very beginning, you can actually just not worry about saving. It'll save for you, just like Office Online, Excel, all that stuff saves for you now. If you put your Power BI reports in OneDrive just OneDrive, maybe SharePoint too, but I don't know. You can not only save them automatically, but you can also use version control on them, which is really cool. You can go back to a particular timestamp version, and that's great, just in case you mess something up, like I do all the time. All right, what else was next? Gold medals, silver medals, and bronze medals. If you don't want these sums to keep showing up automatically, it's a little bit more work, but you can actually go to the column here, and at the top you can just say, hey, instead of sum, I want don't summarize by default, and every time you add it, it'll be not summarized. But for me, it's not a huge deal. I'm happy to go in here and just right click and don't summarize. All right, so here I'm going to say, did I actually do the pound sign thing, or am I? Yeah, number. Okay. I just want to make sure I was doing that right, and I wasn't like feeding you lies. Number gold medals, number silver. Did I just say number silver? I probably did that to save space, didn't I? Yeah, number gold, number silver, number bronze. Number gold, number silver, number bronze. Okay, so you may notice that there's one extra column here, and it's percent gold of total. Now, what does that mean? All that was doing was saying, hey, of all the medals that a country has, what percentage are gold? And that's a really interesting one, because some of the countries like Algeria, I think is the English pronunciation of that, has 100% of their medals are gold, but they only have 2 medals. So depending on how you look at it, like how you want to track things, it's a different consideration, right? The higher percentage ones might have less medals, but it's really cool. Good job for them for, all the medals that they're winning. If you're only going to win 2 medals, make them gold, right? That's pretty cool. So that's very admirable. And so we're going to go over to Power BI, and the way we create that is actually a custom column. So we're going to right click on countries live. We're going to click new column, and then we're going to call that column gold PCT. Let's call it something like that. And gold PCT equals, and if you're familiar with Excel, you can just basically use mostly Excel functions. Just look up DAX in Google and whatever you're trying to do. So say DAX and sum, or DAX and combined, whatever you want, and it'll do that for you. So what are we doing? We're saying, okay, the percentage of gold, let's say if we're talking about Alemania here or Germany, we're saying how many of the 31 medals were gold. So we're going to divide 12 by 31, right? So we're going to say divide. We're going to use the divide function. You can always just say gold divided by total. I like to use divide because of a special feature, which I'll show you. Divide, and we just type in gold, comma, total, and there's our total medals. And then comma 1, or comma, I think I can do this, comma NA, maybe. Let's see if I can do that. I really don't know if I can. I don't know if it'll let me. Nope. I have to use the same data type. Basically, this last comma here is, hey, if there's an error, what do you want it to say? And so I can do that here, like that. And so here, now the gold percentage doesn't have an error on it, and we can see that it has percentage. When I click on gold percent here on the right, I'm going to click on percent up at the top to change this value into a percent, and it'll always show a percent. I also want to make sure I right click and say don't summarize, because I don't want to summarize this. So here we are. We can see that. If you're in the finance area, you probably just want 1 percentage point. And so that's what we're looking at right here, is just 1 percentage decimal after the decimal. So that's a little bit nicer to read and more convenient. Okay, so the other way to do this is I'm just going to do like a gold percentage too. So I'll right click, I'll create a new column, and I'll say gold PCT2, because that's what you name all your columns, something underscore 2, right? Gold PCT2, this one. I think that's how you do it. Is that how you do it? I've seen your code. I've seen your code. You can't tell me you don't do this. Okay, this one is going to be just a casual way, right? Gold medals divided by total medals. Very simple, right? The problem is sometimes you're dividing by 0. And what happens when you divide by 0? You get nan. And then you're left having to explain what nan means to everyone that's looking at this power. Hey, I looked at this Power BI report and it says nan. And other than combining it many, many times like this, you can always combine it. Let me see if I can do that. Don't summarize. And then just say it's Nana Batman. You can do that. That's a stolen joke from a presentation that I would love to find and link over to you. But other than this, what you can actually do is you can surround this entire calculation in something called if error. If you're familiar with Excel, you are familiar with the if error. If error just says, hey, if this is an error, just show n/a. And I think that'll work. Nope, now it blew up. I'm just going to use 0 for it again, right? We want to use 0. I think I can like convert everything to a text and still show everything, but I really don't need to do that. And so now you can see if I convert this over to a percentage, the if error with a simple division works just the same as our divide. I just like to use divide because it's more convenient and it's easier to manage. So I can just lower the percentage point here, and you can see that everything is correct here. And the 0 stays. If you have 0, then it's just 0, right? Here, 0% of medals are gold. Even though they have one medal, it's bronze. Okay, so that's a neat way you can do both of those things. Okay, let's just say percent of gold, percent gold of total, I think is what I called it, of total. Okay, so now let's make this a little bit smaller because we need some space for our bar chart, and let's focus on the colors. Now, I am color deficient. That's something interesting, or maybe not interesting about me, but I'm color deficient, so it's very hard for me to determine which colors, but I will do my best to pick all these colors for you. The metals, I just put those as green because green's normally a positive color, but it has nothing to do with gold, silver, or bronze. So we'll pick the green for total metals, and to do that, we'll just right click, we'll say conditional formatting, and we will pick the background color. Now the background color is going to be a gradient rule because we want the lower total metals you have, the lighter it is. So I'm actually going to pick white for my lowest value. And then you can add a middle color if you want. For these types, I usually don't, but sometimes I will. It depends on really the scenario. So the sum of total metals. And then here, I'm just going to pick a light green that's semi-dark, like that. And there we are. Now we have total metals. Now, why does that look a little bit weird? It's because I haven't sorted it by total metals. But now you can see if I sort it by total metals, you can see the USA is on top with 122. That's a lot. That's a lot of metals. Great job, USA. Whereas I am for the Olympics. For the Olympics, I'm over here. For the Olympics, I'm over here. I'm rooting for Puerto. I'm always rooting for all countries. I don't have any sort of preference, but for the Olympics, I sign up over here in Puerto Rico, which in Portuguese is Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. So that's why you're seeing that spelling there. So yeah, we have one medal. We're ranked 75. That's great. Great job to the person. Maybe I'll be able to find them later on in the report building, but let's focus on what we're supposed to be focusing on, which I'm building this in the completely wrong page. So to put it over to the countries page, I'm just going to cut and paste it. There we go. Okay. So now I'm going to save it just because I don't want to lose everything. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and create the rest of this. Gold, silver, and bronze. That's our next ones. So we're going to say gold. I'm going to right click on gold, conditional formatting. Same deal here. I'm just going to pick gold instead. Same thing as far as like gradient and all the rules. It's just different colors. So I'm going to go from white to, I don't know. How about this like dark yellow? I think it's like yellow. Is that gold enough? Maybe this guy over here to do a deeper yellow. Does that look okay? Let's see. Yeah, that looks good enough. Okay, for silver, I'm obviously going to use like a gray color, right? So conditional formatting, background color. This is the part that's a little bit repetitive, but it's okay. It's okay. We're working towards this. We got this. We got this together, and we'll be able to go out for pizza soon, I'm sure, right? It's about 10:30 there a.m. I'm assuming if you're watching this as a tutorial. Hopefully you can get out before lunch if you're watching this on YouTube. Okay, and then bronze is our last one. Let's do like a bit of a orangey bronze brown thing going on here. And there we go. There we go. Now we can see all of this, and we can see gold, silver, or bronze. And what does that mean? That means you can sort by whatever you want and still be able to see. The interesting ones I like to see are the ones that have deep shade here, but not here, right? So we're sorting by the number of gold, but we might stumble upon a couple ones with some color. Here's some deeper color here. That's pretty cool to see because it's like not the norm. They're not up there because they don't have a lot of gold, but they have 8 total metals, 6 are bronze. So that actually puts them above a couple other folks here. They're ranked 23, and maybe the best way to show this is by the rank in total metals or just the rank, like the true rank. And we can see with the true rank, let's see if we can find it. Rank 0. That's very strange. Oh, okay. So this is actually a weird one. Maybe we would want to say, okay, let's do a column, like a special column that says when you're rank 0, you're actually ranked 99, right? Because 0 is less than 1, and when we sort it, that's what shows up first. But technically speaking, we would want to rank by 99 or something. So that is something you want to keep in mind for this report. We're going to go ahead and just rank by total metals descending. That's the safest route for now. All right, so let's move on to the other stuff that we had in this page, and hopefully we can cycle through this stuff very quickly. Okay, I keep saying that, but it's been 3.5 hours, and I still don't have everything quickly. All right, so we're going to just do a simple metals by country with a bar graph. So all we have to do for that is we have to create a bar graph using this visual here, stack bar chart. Going to align it well. And we're just going to pick the country name. So we're going to choose the name of the country as the y-axis and the number of gold, silver, and bronze metals as our x-axis. So because this is a stack bar chart, we'll be able to add them. So let's take a look. We have where's gold metals? There it is. Gold metals, silver metals, and bronze metals all together right here. We're going to remove this. We can keep the sum. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. We can change that to minimum if we want to, but the sum is the sum. There's only one record anyway for these. You want to be careful when you're doing this with historical data, because you will have to choose min or max here because there's going to be more than one record per country, for example. All right, so first and foremost, we're going to edit our title. I think we edit our title. We just say metals by country. Yeah, let's just edit our title to say metals by country. Metals by country. And here I'm actually going to take care of both the visual side and the like look and feel side at the same time. Usually I'll just take care of the visual, just the data side first, and then work on the visual because that takes longer, but I already know what I'm going to do. So I'm just running through everything very quickly, or as quick as I can. All right, gold, medals, or I can just call this gold, right? Silver and bronze. To change the names, again, you just double click. All you got to do is double click. All right, so there we have it. We have our gold, silver, and bronze. Obviously, it's not the correct color. So what we're going to do first is we're actually going to turn on the data labels. And now the data labels will show. And I want the total labels as well, because it's important to know how many total they have too, right? Because the total matters. We could have lots of bronze like this one, but only 63 total medals. So just be careful with that. And you want to make sure you turn the total labels on as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and pick our colors. To pick our colors, we'll just go to the bars section. I think that's how it is, isn't it? What did I do last time? Is it bars? I could have sworn it was bars, but maybe it's not. Okay, can I right click this here and remove the field? Man, they're always changing it. I could swear it was in the bars color. Oh, right here. I have to apply to a different series for each color. So I have to apply specifically for gold. I have to say I want gold. And for silver, I have to pick silver and say I want silver. And for bronze, I want to pick bronze, which is more or less the same color, just slightly lighter. And there we are. Medals by country. If you hover over them, you can see China and the total will stick around. But we already have these. For the smaller ones, it's a little bit more convenient, right? Here we can see Norway has 8 total, 4 silver, 3 bronze, 4 gold, 1 silver, 3 bronze, etc. Okay, great. So now we have that. Let's move on. We still have this right here, but we need to build out our countries and participants. So this shouldn't be too hard. We'll do the country ID, participant name, event ID, event, sport, start position, etc. And then the participants by country as well. So we'll see if we can build that fairly quickly. Okay, so we're going to start with the country ID, participant name, and event ID. Okay, so let's build a grid for the, nope, this one's events. I need one for participants. I think this page, oh, countries and participants is what this is called. Just know, for example, whatever you choose to be on this page name here is what's going to show up here in this bar. You cannot change that. You have to use whatever it shows, whatever you named it down here. So just be cognizant of that when you're building out your bookmark navigator or page navigator. Oh, bookmark 2, actually. All right, let's start a new table again. Let's see, how do we do that? We start a new table. And oh, yep, right here in the table area. Here we added a new table. And what we're going to do is, oh, I deleted it by mistake. We're going to go to the competitors live section. And we're just going to pick the country name for that competitor. We're going to pick the competitor name. The country flag URL is actually part of this data set. So technically speaking, I can add that here, right, to the country name. So I can go to conditional formatting for the country name. I can pick icons, and I can also pick the field value and use the competitor's live country flag URL for that. And it'll show up here on the left. Now, if you look, there's some without a country name. You can choose that. It looks like there's just special edge cases that happen. I'm not really sure, but because even the folks that are in the International Olympic Committee or International Olympic Representative, those are all right here. So I'm not really sure what that one is. But if you don't want your report to look terrible, even though you'd be kind of not representing these folks, you can always go to the filters, go to competitor name, go to advanced filtering, and just say is not blank, and hit apply. Okay, is not empty, maybe? No, it seems like there is a character here. But it's not It's not allowing us. Let's see, is not blank and is not empty. Is not empty and is not blank. Oh, that's competitor name. That's what happens. Country name. Country name, go to advanced filtering and say is not blank. Apparently, and is not empty. There we go. I promise I know what I'm doing. All right, so we've got the country name, the competitor name, and just say country, competitor. And we have the country flag URL, which we don't need anymore, right? Let's hop over here and just say event ID, event sport, start position. So this is one record per event as well that each competitor is in. So that's really important. And this works because we have the data sets linked together in our relationship. Just be very aware of that as well. Okay. This will only work if you have the data sets linked, which I showed you how to do a while ago. You can see the relationships here. Let's do event name, right? Event name was one that we wanted to do. I can't remember, honestly. Event sport and start position. Discipline name is the event sport. Event name, we'll just click event here, and start position. Is start position here? Nope, this is from competitors. Competitors has the start position. Or is it result position? Start position and result position is what we want to add. Okay, great. So we have result position, which we're going to drag in here. And we're also going to drag start position. I don't see start position. Oh, just position. Okay. So we're going to right click and don't summarize because sometimes this is not a number. So we're going to say start position and result position. Great. All right. So that's done here as well. We have everything ordering by country. If you want to order by country and then competitor, you would hold your shift key and order on country. And then while still holding shift, you would order on competitor, or you can just order by event if you choose. So this will order by country and then event. That's pretty cool. Or you can just say, oh, you know what I'm going to order on is country. So I'll hold country and then I'll say sport. Let's try that again. By country and then by sport. So that's pretty cool too. Actually, it decided to do that one first, right? So let's try this again. Country and sport. There we go. So now I'm going to actually move sport to be up here. So it makes a lot more sense, right? By country, by sport. We can actually move the competitor down here if we want to better organize things. This is an improvement over the last version of the report, it seems. Result and result, win, loss, or tie. Ooh, that's an interesting one too, right? So result, winner, loser, tie. Here we go right here. We can see WLT is showing up as result, win, loss, or tie. And what you see here is that I did some logic to say win is green, loss is red, and tie I made yellow. What we're going to do to mimic that is we're going to say result, WLT, win, loss, tie. And we're going to change the background color accordingly. So we're going to say conditional formatting, background color, and our rules are going to be the first result, win, lose, or tie. We're going to have 3 rules. It's going to say when it is win, or W, then it is green. We want a lighter green. When it's loss, it's going to be red. And when it's T for tie, we're going to be a little yellow there. And there we go. It only lights up when there is a result. So that's a good thing as well. We don't want to light up everything just for that. So that's really a smart way to do it. You won't draw attention to stuff that doesn't need attention. Or you can do it your own way. We can do it with icons if you so desire instead. That's cool. All right. There we go. Oh, was that country name? Ah, that's why. Should have been country ID for it to be ordered the same way as this, but that's okay. That's okay. We don't have to worry too much about that. it's going to eat away at me, isn't it? I need to go to countries live and get the country ID, or else I won't like what I see. Okay, there we go. Country ID. There we go. All right, now things look a little bit better for me. Technically speaking, the RSA would be South Africa. So something R, South Africa. Maybe that is maybe the country code is a French country code, Republic of South Africa or something like that. I'm not really sure, but that's why the R is up here. Okay, and what else do I have here? Participants by country. Let's just do that really quick. To do that, we can technically copy the bar graph from the other one, but it's fairly simple to just build it out again. And so what we're going to do is build out a bar graph, and then we're just going to have a country name. For each participant, we actually have a country name, but this implies that all countries are represented by participants. So what we actually want to do is use the countries data set to bring in the country name. So we'll bring in the country name into the y-axis, and then we'll build the number of participants, competitors, as the x-axis. Now, something I really want to make sure we do is competitor. Is there a competitor ID? No, it just seems to be a competitor name, which is okay. What we want to do is we want to make sure instead of the count, we count the distinct competitors. That's how many unique competitors they are for each country. Competitors, we'll change the name by country, and you'll see that the title actually changes to be competitors by country automatically when I change these. That's a pretty cool feature of Power BI. So something I also want to do is change the color of the bars to be dependent on how many countries or how many competitors each country has. So what I'm going to do is go to the bars section of my visual representation or the visual formatting. I'll click the FX, and I'll say it needs to be a gradient. And I'll say just a cheeky little yellow here for low, or maybe just like a blue, perhaps, a yellow, and then a red. I don't want it to be green or anything. Technically, you can use like blue, red, and purple if you want. I'm going to go ahead and choose the red here, and let's see what that looks like. Okay, we can see that for blank countries, there's low participant, and we saw a couple of those. You can also just remove that, right, the same way by clicking country here and saying you want advanced filtering and is not empty, or sorry, is not blank, and click apply filter there, and it'll go away. That's cool too. But the count of names seem to go away. We actually want the count of name. Oh, that's the country name. What we actually want is the count of competitor names, and we want the count distinct of competitor names. So please make sure that when you're doing that, you have the competitor names counting and not the country names. That'll be very important. And now you can see that the color coding changes. The redder it is, the more they have. So we can see that the maximum is 28, the minimum is 1, and the average is about 14.5 for all countries. If you hover over, you can see these, but let's just be really good noodles and just turn on the data labels, and now nobody has to hover over everything. Something you can see here is that the Republic of Korea has 15 medals, but you can't see the full name. So what I'm going to do is actually click on this bar graph. I'm going to go to the visualization area, and I'm just going to type in the word width. Here, I get to adjust the width to be the maximum so that if it needs the space, all the time you have to leave a space, as Fernando Alonso, one of my favorite F1 drivers, says. You can absolutely have the space here, and it can write out the entire country name. So that's pretty cool. All right, what else are we doing? We are replicating a couple other things on this page. This is already done. Let's move on to the sports and events. Here we go. Okay, so we just want the event ID, the discipline, sport, and event name. That's where we had the events. Okay, we're going to go to our events data set. And notice I'm not using any of the historical stuff. I'll leave you to do that. I'll do it a bit later, and I'll post it up on my website. But it's essentially the same, except the only reason you should be doing this is for two reasons. Number one, you want to use history data to be able to track changes over time. That's cool. Or number two, you want to be able to show snapshots of events or snapshots of this information at different point in times that people can choose from. That's another really cool way of using the history data, is if I want to go back in time to see how things were at a certain timestamp, I can do that with like a drop down box or something like that. So I already forgot all the column names I was supposed to bring in here. So let me just go back here and see which ones they are. We have event ID, discipline, sport, and event name. Let's try bringing those in. We're going to create a table. We have event ID, discipline. I think that's just event name is the sport. And I already forgot, man. Event name, discipline, sport, and event name. Oh, I remember what this was. There's actually 3 categories here. Is it detailed event name? Okay, so this is sport, event type, and event name. So I'm going to say discipline, sport, and event name here. That's an interesting one. Discipline, sport, and event name. There's 3 categorizations, and you have to be really careful because each one's like really specific, right? Women plus 67 kilograms, round of 16, something like that. So that's something to keep in mind. You can have all the disciplines and all the sports inside those disciplines ordered correctly. All you have to do is hold shift, and you can sort by multiple columns as well, right? The pictogram, the cool little picture that we have here on the left that represents the sport itself. What you'll want to do is you'll want to go to ID, right click on that, conditional formatting icons, and then you'll be able to see the field value. Here's what you can select. If you go to events live and grab the pictogram, discipline pictogram, that's what you'll be able to use. There they are. There's all the pictograms that depict exactly what the sport is. And I'll rename this to event ID. Alrighty. Fantastic. Let's see what else we do. We have the status, start date, and end date. That's pretty simple, right? Let's try that. Let's see if I can remember those values. Status, start date, and end date. Here's the status. Here's the start date. And here's the end date. There we are. Notice how when I added the start date and end dates, it automatically quantified them into like years, quarters, and stuff. I don't want that. So I'm just going to right click and just choose start date. Right click and choose end date. And it gives me the very simple ones now instead, right? I'm going to rename this to be correct. Start date and end date. All right. And now we have the status. But if you notice the status in my other report, it had sort of like a green, yellow, and if I can find some canceled ones. Oh, there's just one canceled one. Let me see if I can click on it. It's just blank, but I can actually fill it in. So what I'll do to mimic that is I'll right click on status, conditional formatting, icons, and then here, if it's scheduled, if it's canceled, and if it's finished. If it's finished, it's green, and I can pick like a check mark. If it's canceled, then I could just click, I could just do like a red X. And if it's scheduled, I can do like a yellow thing right here. And that's it. That's all I have to do. And also all of them just like that. Okay, great. Well, anything else on here? Oh, it's just these bar charts, events by sport and events by status. That shouldn't be very difficult to do. So what we'll do is we'll add a bar chart for events by sport and events by status. So I will add one for events by status. So here's all the statuses. I'm going to add that to a y-axis. Why do I choose y like this, right? Why do I choose this way? And I'm going to make sure that I right click to count distinct here. Why do I choose it this way instead of a normal bar chart that's vertical? It's because I strongly believe, you don't have to, but I strongly believe that if you use vertical bars, you're depicting some sort of time or space measurement that you want people to focus on. Things like age, things like dates, things like progression, and there's no progression here. There's just finished, canceled, and so if there's really no progression that you're trying to show, I would strongly suggest to use horizontal bar charts instead of vertical. So events by status. There we are. And now we have our events by status. I'm going to copy this and just paste it right next to itself. And then I'm going to do this by sport. So the sport I want to pick is probably discipline here. So I'm going to make sure I pick discipline. And to know which one I used here, all I have to do is just go to sport, hover over that, and I can see event name is there. So I'm going to use the event name instead of the status. And just say, that's the sport. Nope, I wanted discipline, didn't I? That's what I get for trying this too fast. I wanted discipline, so I'm going to say discipline name. Discipline name instead of sport. There we are. And I'll rename that to sport. Or technically it should be discipline, right? Yes, that is correct. Okay, so here I'm also going to change the width again, right? That we want to make sure our width is correct. So I'll update that. So Taekwondo shows, oh, it looks like we don't actually need that much. Well, let's do 40 so it doesn't look horrible. 35 maybe? Taekwondo still shows with 45, so we can just have that. That's cool. That's cool. I'm okay with that. Okay, and then we have 3 cards. Number of events, number of disciplines, number of venues. That's pretty easy. I'm actually going to go ahead and add number of venues or just the venue name over here off to the right because I found that pretty interesting when I was looking at stuff. So venue like this. And now we can see where these are. That's pretty cool. You could actually have like a selector that shows number of events, number of disciplines, and number of venues, right? If we add sort of a slicer to each one of these, we should be able to mimic some sort of filtering. It looks like I made these just a lot bigger, so that's why we're here. Maybe I could just add some stuff to this. So like, is metal event, maybe? Something like this, is metal event. Like that? Yeah, sure. Oh, but that's like 1, 3, 2. That's a weird one. But yeah, why not? You know what? It's just going to cause confusion. And my job is to relieve confusion, not cause it. So I'm not going to include that. All right, so let's go ahead and focus on the cards for now, right? The cards are going to be where we need to focus. Let's make this font slightly bigger by going to the values and maybe just going to 11. Yeah, 11 is good. I like 11. Okay, we filled this up. This is good. These two can come on down slightly. And now we're going to make the cards. To make the cards, all you have to do is just click on the card visual and just say the first one we want to say is the number of events that day. And so we're going to click on the card and just go to the ID. We're going to right click on the ID once we bring it in, and we're going to count distinct. That doesn't change, but we want to make sure that we have count distinct. All right, number of events. Let's shrink that up a little bit and shrink it this way as well. We're going to change the font size to be, I don't know, 30 instead of 45. I think 45 is just way too big. There we go. So now we're going to copy this and put it right next to itself and then copy it again. It looks like these are way too big to fit. So I'm going to shrink the size, but I want to replicate the size of this one. So I'll just go to general, go to properties and see how big it is. It's 181 pixels wide. So I'll change this one to be 181 as well. And this one to be 181 just so that they are all the same size. Then I'll put them right up against each other. Number of events, number of events, number of events. That obviously needs to be changed. It needs to go to disciplines for this middle one. And so discipline will be the discipline name, I believe. Let's replace that. And instead of first, what we want to do is say count distinct. So we'll right click, change it to count distinct and say number of disciplines. Great. And we can say number events instead of number of events here to save a little bit of space. And what's the last one? Number of venues. Great. Number of venues, we're just going to put the venue name up here, right click on it, put the count distinct and change it to number venues. And now one neat thing I'm going to do here that I didn't do the other report, as you saw, is the event, whatever the event was, I'm going to actually go ahead and change that to whatever I use for event name. So maybe the event name like this. I'm going to go ahead and add a slicer here. So I'm going to add a slicer, and I'm going to use event name as my slicer, so that way people can actually look for them, right? But not only that, I want the discipline name to be available for people to pick as well. And you can see that it now puts it into like a sort of hierarchy. So I'm going to have discipline name, and then there's one more, I think, right? One more level. Name. Is it name? We're going to go to beach volleyball, men, and whatever that was. No, it wasn't name. Which one was it? Detailed event name. There it is. So we're going to say sport. Or is it discipline, sport, and event name? Man, I'll never learn that. We'll say discipline. We'll say sport. Double click sport and event name. Now, I know what you must be thinking. There's no way we have enough space for this. Well, there kind of is. If I go to the formatting and I go to the slicer visuals, I can change this to be a drop down instead, and look at that. Now, suddenly it's way smaller. I'm going to change the selection as well to be multi-select or show all. I can multi-select without having to hold control. So now I can pick 2 disciplines. And I'm going to make everything a lot smaller too. I'm going to go to the visual side. Change the values to be 8. Change the slicer header to be something like 10. And also, that's it. That's all I need to do. And everything's good. And I can make this a little bit smaller like that. And we'll put it right here. And make it all about as wide as this right here. Then just go ahead and copy this box and do it again for the venues, just in case people want to search for their particular venue. I would remove everything else and just say venue. And now you can search for the venue you want. But what if you don't know and you just want to type it in? You'll click this ellipses here and just hit search. Same thing here. Just click the ellipse, hit search, and now you can actually search. So if I want to search for breakdancing, which is what I wanted to search it, here we go, breaking. It'll show me all the breakdancing ones. That's pretty cool. If I want to add like surfing, there's no surf. Okay, maybe basketball, that sort of stuff, right? So that's pretty cool. All right, so I'm going to leave that for people to use if they so desire. Okay, I think we're done creating this page. Yep, pretty much. And is that it? Just the data status and credits. Okay, so let's do that really quick, because why did I make this? Well, it was a bit more selfish. It was to tell me when the latest data was actually imported, right? So this will be pretty easy to create. Countries, latest data, continents, and total medals is the first one. So here, this is just going to be a standard table. This is going to be status, status and credits. Ooh, I think my music went away. Let's see if I can convince it to play more music. Ooh, no. I think I just have to close a couple things so that my memory comes back. Maybe refresh the pretzel rocks. Failed to load. Fantastic. Pretzel rocks. Thanks so much. Let's see if we can maybe convince it to play some stuff for us. Yeah, I think it does. There we go. Okay, great. Let's go back. Status and credits. We're basically just going to load some tables here after saving. It's been a while since we saved. Let's go ahead and do that. This is your reminder to save because you did all this hard work. You don't want to lose it all. Neither do I. Okay, so we're just going to go to each table. I'm going to go to countries live, right? And all I have to do is pick the, oh no, that's competitors. I'm going to go to countries live. I'm going to hit the ID. I'm going to hit the data collection date and just drag them in to Power BI or to the canvas here. Here's the ID. Here, I do want to count the distinct number of countries. I want to know the data collection date. I'm going to right click on that and just show the date. And then I'm going to make sure it is the maximum date. So latest date right here. Latest data collection date. Or you could just hit nothing because it's a live one and it should only be one date anyway. So here we have the number of countries. latest data, double click, latest data. What else did I have here? I can't remember. I should have like loaded it on another, on another screen there. Latest data, continents, and total medals. Great. We have number of continents, and we're just going to right click and count distinct continents. That's not how you spell continents. Continents. There we go. Ooh, 7 continents, really? Is that count distinct? It is count distinct. That's neither here nor there. I'm very curious about that and how Antarctica is included here. That's super cool. Number of gold medals. Let's just do number of total medals. Say number total medals. Okay, and we'll just do a sum. I think it's a sum. Yeah, total medals, 998. Okay, there we go. So let's go back over here. We'll do competitors, latest data, number of countries, number of events. Same thing, right? Competitors. It's competitor name. Country name. Oh, come on. Event ID. My computer's slowing down. It sure is. It's like, I don't know about this one, my friend. I don't know about this one. Events. I'm going to right click on events and just count distinct. I'm going to count distinct countries. I'm going to count distinct on competitors. There we go. And then latest data. We want latest data as well, right? Data collection date. Right click on that. Only show the date. And we're good to go with countries or competitors. Competitors. Countries. Events. And latest data. We right click on that and we just say latest just in case. And there we are. That is competitors. What else do we have? Disciplines, event date, disciplines, latest data, categories, events, venues, and sports. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, event date. Let's just go to events. And we have the day here as the event date. Right click, just the day, and then we change this to event date. And technically, I want this to show as just a true date. So I'll click on that and I'll change the format to be just standard month, day, year. So here we can see standard month, day, year, 8/10/2024. Disciplines. I think I saw disciplines around here. So I'll just bring that in. Count distinct. Great. I think the music's gone again. Okay, latest data, which is data collection date, which is right here. Right click, data collection date, latest data. Why is it gone again? I think Safari is just like freezing. That's the problem. Let's close more windows in Safari. Maybe that will help. I think my memory is just like, nope. We don't want to do anything. So let's see if I can close some stuff out. It's about that time that my computer says we're done here. And let's see if that works. Nope, I'll just refresh the site. Sorry. All right, let's wrap it up, folks. We're almost done here. We're almost done. Okay, we are going to say number of categories, number of events, number of venues, and number of sports. We also have the disciplines, so we'll use that. Yep. Categories, which is the event name. If that's events, and we'll right click on that and say count distinct. Okay, number of sports is going to be detailed event name. Oh, that's events. All right. This is sports. There we go. And then we right click on both of these, make sure that we're just counting the count distinct. There we are. Should all go up to one line, and we can just leave it there. That's okay. So now how did I get the formatting of that grid, and how do I also copy all this? That is the question. Oh, okay, it went away. Let's see if I can get it to load. Oh, that's the GitHub. Okay, there we go. So let's see if we can copy all this. If not, then I know a cheat code because I can actually just open this up and copy all the text. So I'll just do that. Go into Power BI, insert a text box as well, and paste that text box. Or paste all the text into that text box. And I have all the links. I have everything I need right here, which is absolutely great. Absolutely great. Okay, so now how did I get like the other stuff like the shadow and that sort of thing? That's pretty easy. I just go here, I hold down Control to select the width and make sure they're all the same width. Let's see if I can do that really quick. There we are. Okay, so they're all the same width. I'm going to hold Control down to select all of them at the same time. And then I'm going to go to the shapes, or is it in general? Oh, general, effects, and shadow. That's pretty much it. Sometimes you can change the shadow if you want to. I can just leave it that way. And I think I added a shadow to this one too. I'm not 100%, but that just makes it stand out a little, right? So that's pretty cool. All right, so that covers that. What I'm going to do is add the Page Navigator, which has now grown. So what I'm going to do is actually just make sure that it's as wide as it needs to be. Then I'll copy it and paste it everywhere. And even if it has it already, I'll just delete it and paste it again. Here, I'll delete it, paste it again. And here, I'll paste it. Okay, and now we're just going to focus on the title, the background, which is actually really simple. I went on Google and I just look for a purple gradient background, and that's what I am going to upload now. If I go to if I just click anywhere in the blank canvas and then I go to the formatter, I can go to wallpaper and just browse for an image, which is that purple background image that I had before. I believe I put it in my downloads folder, so let's see if we can look for it there. Nope. It must be in my images. Hopefully. We'll see. Or in datasets. It might be in datasets. There it is. Purple background. Again, I just Google purple background. For the image fit, you want to make sure you click fit right here, and it'll fit it. And that's the purple background. So you just want to do that for every single page. I'll go to wallpaper, look for the image, purple background, hit OK. If you want this to be easier, just do it to your first page from the very beginning and just keep duplicating that page. That's probably what I should have done, but I was too excited and wanted to get everything else done instead. So now I just had to do it a couple times, and that's okay. But for what we're about to do next, you also may want to make sure that you have that available, or use that method instead, because it's going to be a lot easier than what we're about to do, which is actually not that bad. So this triangle here, basically, you know, the way I got that shape to show up was I just inserted a triangle. So if I insert a shape and I make it a triangle, I can actually change the style, the color, and the angle. And so I'm going to make it a right triangle. That's okay. The rotation, I'm going to have, I think the shape is 180 or 90. I think 90. There it is, 90. And then I'm just going to change the shape to be white and also have a white border. Pretty simple. And there we are. So I just move it to the top right or to the top left, and then just put it somewhere around here. And that's pretty much it. Now, how do I get everything to stand out on top of it? Oh, all I have to do is I go to Home, and I go to view. Actually, I could have just gone straight to view. I hit the selection pane, and this shape, that's the triangle, I'm just going to move it all the way to the bottom, and suddenly everything stands out. And that's pretty much it. Now all I have to do is copy this shape and paste it everywhere and just make sure it's all the way at the bottom. Move it down, paste it, move it down, and paste it, and move it down. Now, I also have a title, which I need to make sure I have. So this is countries and metals. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this text. And also, I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger because obviously I couldn't fit everything in here. So I'll just copy this text, 2024 Olympics data. And I will move this bar down a little bit. I'll go ahead and insert a text box and just paste this on here. It held the formatting, which is great. I don't have to worry too much about that. And I'll just paste it right up here. And you notice how it's covering everything. What you're going to do is you're going to go to the effects and you're going to remove the background. So when you remove the background, it'll be a lot better and a lot easier to manage. All right, so this is countries and metals, and now I can just copy it from here, right? It already has the formatting of the remove background, so I don't have to worry about that. I'm going to move this guy down. And here, instead of countries and metals, what does it need to be? It needs to be events. Here, it needs to be countries and participants. So paste it there. It's loading. And again, my computer's not fantastically quick, so apologies for that. Countries and participants. I'm going to make this a little bit wider just in case. And here, this is just going to be data check. Data check. There we are. All right. So I'm just going to move these a little bit closer together like that, like this. You can give these titles if you so desire as well. I'm not going to worry too much about that. I just want to make sure everything looks okay and mostly presentable. There we are. Okay. And we're just going to align things a little bit better as well. Just make sure things look okay here. The last thing I'm going to do is, or one of the last things I'm going to do is make all my borders sort of rounded. If you look at this report, it's a bit more refined. There's shadowing as well, right? So we're just going to do those things. It's really, really easy. All you have to do is click on both of these visuals at the same time using control, again, using control. And then you go to the formatting area. Oh, of course you can't do that. Okay, so let's just click on them one at a time. It's really no big deal. I'm going to go ahead and go to General, Effects, turn on the shadow, and then I'll also go to the visual border. I'll make the visual border white, and then I'll say the rounded corners is 10. Do the same exact thing for this one. Turn on the visual border, make it white, rounded corners is 10. Oh, that didn't stick. Let's try the rounded corners again. Yes, Effects, visual border, white, and rounded corners is 10. I'll also add the shadow here, right? We needed to add the shadow. And that's absolutely fine right here. Go to events and do the same exact thing and maybe arrange this data a little bit better or arrange these tables a little bit better. What I'm going to do is go over here, go to effects, visual border, add the shadow, make the visual border white and press 10 for the rounded corners. One of the things you can do here is if you're doing this for something like this, for these tables, and you round the corners, you only have to do it for once for very like visuals. When you do it for one, you just go home, click on the first one, go home, click on the format painter, and then you can copy the formatting all the way to the second one, which is pretty cool. You can copy it to both. And I'm going to make this a little bit taller and also make this one slightly taller as well. And there we are. And now I'm going to see if I can tuck this guy a little bit closer here. Make this one go here. And then again, these two, I'm going to go ahead and give rounded corners at the same time. I think because they're similar enough, I can do that. by holding down Control and selecting both of them at the same time, I'll add the visual border and I'll make it rounded with 10 pixels. Now, oh, I forgot the shadows, didn't I? So I need to do the shadows for these as well. And I think for these guys, or did I already do the shadow? Nope, already did the shadow. Okay, so these three I can do at the same time. So I'm going to go to General. I'll go to the visual border, turn that on, click on white, 10 pixels, and my shadow on. And now all I have to do is make them slightly smaller, and the shadow will show up a lot better. So there we are, made them slightly smaller, and you can see that these get cut off now, right? So all I'm going to do is just change the size of the callout value to be slightly smaller than it is. No big deal. I'll move it to like 28. And if that doesn't work, you can either make the category label smaller as well. So there's the P's. I'm looking for this P to show, or you can do something else, which my coworker taught me, which is the padding. You can decrease the padding to like 1 here, and now it can move a lot further down, and now the whole P shows. So that's pretty cool. If you were worried about the spacing between these and you want it to be even, just make sure you position the first and last one, and then you go to Format, Align, and Distribute horizontally, and it'll fix the spacing to be completely even for each one. That's pretty cool. All right, so we're going to position this guy to be a little bit further left here. There we are. And now I think this is the last one because we already did the data one. So let's try this one. We're going to go to General, Effects, Shadow, Visual Border, change it to white, go to Rounded Pixels and 10. While we're here, let's go ahead and increase the column header size. We actually won't increase the size. We'll just make it bold and see how they stand out now. That's the desired result that we want. All right, we'll go to General, we'll go to Effects, we'll turn on the visual border, we'll make it white, we'll say rounded corners of 10. We'll hit it up with a shadow. We'll decrease the size of it slightly to match this other one. And now we're good here. That's great too. Let's go to all our grids and just make sure we bold all our column headers because that's what we want to make sure we do. So we'll bold those. That looks a lot sharper and a lot better. We'll do the same thing for this guy over here. We will go to column headers and click bold. Ooh, now we have a bit of an issue here, right? Where this now is too wide. So what do? We're going to decrease the size of this one slightly and then increase the size of this one slightly. And now we have enough room where we don't have to scroll and we don't lose anything. That's great. Okay, I think I have everything done here on this page. I have everything done on status credits as well. Great. So now just one thing left, and that is to add my logo. The SQL Dev DBA logo will also take you to my website, which I definitely want folks to go on so they can see other demos. So what I'm going to do is just add an image. I'm going to go to Insert and add an image. And I believe that's in the SQL Dev DBA area. Here I have a bunch of logos. And so I'm going to pick my social media kit. I'll pick my Instagram logo, which I think is the one I always use for all this stuff. Yep, here it is right here. I'm going to move it to the top right corner. I'm going to shrink it up quite a lot here. Move it to about right here. There we are. Copy that. Or actually, I won't copy it yet because I want to add the link. I'm going to click on it. Then I'll go to Action, turn it on. I'll go to Web URL, and I'll just have it go to https SQLDevDBA.com. Visit SQLDevDBA.com for demos. Like that. Maybe when I hover over it, it'll show. Let's see. There it is. There's the tooltip. Cool, cool. All right. So we're going to copy it. We're going to take it over to events. And I think we're almost done, folks. I think we're almost done. If you have any suggestions on stuff that you'd like to see or stuff you have questions about, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, we're kind of rounding it out here. There we go. We can make that smaller. And it looks like this doesn't really fit well here, does it? The wallpaper. Maybe we got to choose fit. Yeah, that's better. Okay. And that one we can push. And this one we can push too. And I think we're all good. I think we are good to go. Okay, so last thing I want to show is, again, we were discussing very, very briefly how to switch data sets on the fly. Now, the reason I bought in this VW events and I kept it here was because I wanted you to be able to know how to hot swap a CSV for a SQL view. If your company's ready with the SQL views, you can just hot swap them in. So all you have to do is go to the view for SQL, right? The SQL view that you have. And I want you to go to the advanced editor. Now, the advanced editor will open what's called the advanced editor menu, but here we have M code, what's called M code. And that is just code that shows you the source or dynamically grabs the source. Here, you can actually do cool stuff like parameterize, but that's not what we want. What we want is actually copy all this, hit done, and then go to events live and use the same thing. Go to the advanced editor as well and paste over this. And what'll happen, it'll actually hot swap your CSV file for your SQL view in real time, and you don't have to worry about anything that you just created with it. So that's pretty cool. All you have to do is click done here. I'm not going to do that because I don't need to, but that is something that you can absolutely do, and it is way more convenient than having to rebuild your report all over again. So that is 100% what I would recommend. I'm actually going to remove this SQL. You know what? I'll leave it just to show data refreshes. No, I'll remove it. We showed data refreshes last night in a different video. If you're watching on YouTube, it's right up there. I'm going to delete this one. Hit delete. Close and apply. We actually didn't do anything other than delete this view, so there shouldn't be many changes to publish. But Power BI has this knack of making me look dumb sometimes. So there we go. Okay, so last thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and publish the report. So we're going to publish this to Data Discoveries, which is a series that I started. It was my very first sort of YouTube video that I launched like 70 videos ago, and where I basically take data sets and explore them. So that's where we're going to launch it today. We're going to launch it into the Data Discoveries workspace. It already saved, so I think I just have to press publish. And I'm waiting. I shouldn't be impatient because that's how we corrupt files, is with impatience. Okay. So, oh, I don't even have data discoveries there. I'm just going to publish it to something like dataset demos, I guess, and hit select. So this isn't all, folks. The issue here is I have to get it over to you because right now it's just available in my internal Power BI environment, but I want you to be able to have it. So what do? I go find it in Power BI. I'm going to go to the dataset demos workspace. And then I need to publish to web. That's the most important part. No, I don't want to save any of those changes. And I'm going to go to Olympics Analysis 2024. I'm going to open that report, and then I'm going to use what's called Publish to Web. I'll click File, Embed Report, and say Publish to Web. Please listen to me carefully on what I'm about to say. I don't care if you ignored everything else I said for the last 4 hours and 20 minutes. Please listen to this. Do not use this feature if your report has company private data, any sort of data. I don't care if you're not showing it here in the report. Folks will still have access to it in the underlying data source. Please do not publish private company data. There's absolutely no need. Go find a data set on Kaggle. I have a video right here that shows you how to take a report from start to finish using Kaggle datasets only. I'm begging you, read these warnings because I believe it was Alex Powers, who is a Power BI extraordinaire and works for Microsoft, but doesn't represent them in his view, said it's something like it's way easier to not do this than to deal with a lawsuit. So please just make sure that you're not publishing private company data. Please read these warnings because it's very serious and you do not want to be at the end of a lawyer's table. So I'm going to go ahead and publish. And all I have to do is put this link in the chat. What I'll ask is if you're in the chat and you're willing to test this out, I would really, really, really appreciate it. I'm going to drop a link to the report here. Please just let me know. Just a simple yes, as far as like you were able to see this report, would be absolutely amazing, and I would greatly appreciate it. But let's run through a couple different filters, right? Let's play around with this report a little bit. Why did I publish it? Because I want to load it into my website. So I want to make sure it'll load there and it'll look okay there, just like all my other stuff. So I get to filter through here. I can filter through all of the different divisions and all the different sports. So that's pretty cool too. I get to filter on the different venues that may have, like the Aquatic Center, Bercy Arena, Eiffel Tower Stadium, all that stuff I get to filter on. I can filter using these charts here. If I go to the countries, I can see all the countries data as well. It looks like I missed some stuff over here, which I can absolutely go and fix. Stuff like this, I'll redeploy it. And competitors by country as well. And then I have my status and credits. I want to make sure that Codante gets the proper credit that they deserve. And I also want to keep track of my data and how recently it loaded. So that's why I have this. And lastly, let's check that the link to my own website works. It sure does. There it is right here. And it takes me to my home page. So I think we're done. Again, we looked at the Codante data set today. We reviewed the documentation, and we confirmed that everything was to our liking there, and that we knew enough about it to start exploring and grabbing the data. Then we used Postman to explore the data sets from Codante, explore the API. We used PowerShell. BownerSoup says the web link works. Thank you so much, BownerSoup. I appreciate you hanging around, and I appreciate you checking that it worked. I'm very glad to hear. Thanks so much. We ran through PowerShell and how you can do that. Again, all this code is available for anyone who needs it. Just go ahead and go to my website. Contact me on any of my socials here. I'll put my socials. We use SQL Server to house the data as well. And we used Power BI to display the data in this report here. So I hope you found this tutorial or this chat session informative. Again, the link to the report itself, let me go ahead and copy that and paste it here again. You can feel free to go in there. It'll probably be up on my website soon, but the reality is this is an exact replica of the other one that I did in Spanish, which is right here and already available on my website, SQLDevDBA.com. Just go to the Codante.io Hackathon Power BI section, and you'll be able to play around with this report right on my website already. It just has different data than the other one does as far as like the timing goes. I'll go ahead and refresh this one and update it. But if you just want to play around with the filters, I'm happy to do so. Yeah, if you want all the code, if you want all the create scripts, the PowerShell scripts, the PowerBIX file, the PBIX file, feel free to reach out to me on my website in the contact form, or just email me, and I'm happy to send you the link to all those documents. Otherwise, I really appreciate everyone hanging out. I always tell you to go watch Bob Ross. And so as I sign off here, we're going to go raid Bob Ross. I think Bob Ross allows raids. Bob Ross doesn't need raids. I try to usually have raids go to streamers that have low viewer count. But I want you desperately to watch Bob Ross. And so I think we're going to go raid Bob Ross. Anyway, I really appreciate everyone hanging out. Thanks so much to BownerSoup. for hanging out. I appreciate the follow from a new follower as well. I'm trying to find where that one is, but it's very hard. Oh, GoompyBumpy, thanks so much for the follow. I think there was one more, and I apologize to that person if I can't remember right now. But I'm sure they're somewhere around here. Thanks so much to you, the new followers, and thanks so much for the folks who have been around for quite a long time. I don't know what video I'm doing next. Probably something about Power BI gateways in Spanish if I stream tomorrow. But I might take a little break and just stream during the week instead. Maybe I'll do some sim racing tomorrow. It's been a while since I've done some sim racing and data analysis around sim racing, so we could do that instead. But thanks so much, everyone, for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful Saturday evening. We're going to, again, raid Bob Ross just because I want you to go see Bob Ross. Not that he needs the raids. So I hope everyone has a fantastic Saturday, fantastic weekend. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you next time. Bye. All right, I lied. We're raiding Ferret software instead. Go watch ferrets sleep. Go watch ferrets sleep. I'll see you next time.